A very good Wednesday morning to you. Jeff Wines here joining you from Studio B inside Local 10 News. Sitting in for Janine Stanwood today. As you know, we have been covering the penalty phase of Parkland shooter Nikolas Cruz. Gavel to gavel on local10.com and on all of our social media platforms. You are looking at a live picture inside the Broward County Courthouse, and that is Nikolas Cruz right there. This week it has been all defense.
The members of the jury are present. Defense, when you're ready, you may call your next witness. The defense calls Dr. Frederick Kravitz.
Good morning. You stand to be sworn to?
Sir, please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you, sir. You can be seated. Sir, please speak into the microphone and state your full name and spell your last name for the record.
Sure. Frederick Mark Kravitz, K-R-A, V as in Victor, I-T-Z, as in zebra.
Sir, the microphone that you use is the one that's right in front of your folder.
Right here. So
It doesn't move.
Oh.
Maybe you can just scoot up.
Scoot over.
Okay, thank you.
Sorry.
No, that's okay. Whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Dr. Kravitz. Thank you for being here, sir.
Sure.
Can you please tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what it is that you do for a living?
I'm sorry, what it is?
What do you do for a living?
I'm a psychologist, retired psychologist.
And when did you retire?
2017.
Okay. And did you specialize in a particular area of psychology?
I was pretty much a generalist. I worked with children, families, some adults as well.
And were you a clinical psychologist?
Yes.
And what does that mean?
It means that you're trained in working with diseases, psychopathology, skilled at counseling.
And did you ever do any forensic work?
Yes.
Okay. Can you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what it means? What's the difference between clinical and forensic psychology?
Forensic would be people who primarily specialize in court-related matters. The only experience I have in forensic is with custody conciliation, custody visitation work.
Okay. So the majority of your practice would have been exclusively clinical psychology as a general clinical psychologist?
Correct.
Okay. Can you tell us a little bit about your educational background?
Yes, I have a bachelor's degree from the University of Chicago, a master's from Duke University, and a doctorate from Northwestern University.
And how long did you practice, sir?
I practiced for approximately 10 years in Chicago and Illinois, where I was a licensed psychologist, and 30 years in South Florida.
Okay, so for a total...
As a Florida licensed psychologist as well.
So you have about 40 years of clinical psychology experience?
Yes.
And you said the primary population was families and children?
Yes.
And did you provide individual counseling services to children?
Individual, families, marital.
I'd like to draw your attention to April 4th of 2007. So I know that that's a while ago. We're all mindful that there has been a lapse in time since you saw Nikolas Cruz. But do you remember Nikolas Cruz being one of your patients?
Yes.
Do you remember the length of services, the length of time he was with you?
Looking at the record as I did, there were about 15 sessions over 13 months.
Okay.
During the time when he was 8 to 9 years old. An 8-year-old in first grade when I first saw him.
Okay. Your Honor, may I have a moment, please?
You may. You may.
Dr. Kravitz, I'm going to show you some documents.
Okay.
Can you please tell me if you recognize those documents?
Yes, this is the intake form that was used when Nikolas first came in with his mother.
Can you glance through the notes without telling anybody what it is, just to see if you recognize those documents?
Oh, sure.
Thank you.
Yes, this is the whole clinical file.
And the notes that you just reviewed, would they have been, would you have memorialized the meetings that you had with the Cruz family,
Yes,
either contemporaneously or shortly thereafter?
correct.
Okay. And you've had an opportunity to review the clinical
Yes, I
file?
have.
Your Honor, at this time, the defense would seek to introduce 1T as a composite. It also includes the business record certification and authenticity.
Does the state have any objection?
No objection.
Okay, without objection, defense 1T for identification will be received as 33. Thank you.
While that's being marked by the clerk, I'm just going to ask you some general questions.
Okay.
When there's a new patient that arrives at your office, is there a procedure that you follow, documents that have to be filled out?
Yes, well, for a child, the parent fills out the intake form with a little bit of a history, presenting reasons, and some demographic information as well.
Okay. So this intake form provides you with some initial information in which you can start building?
That is correct.
So why is that important? Why is the intake form important?
Well, it gives you some idea who you're dealing with, where they come from, what the presenting issues are.
And do you have those documents in front of you as well, sir? You have your clinical file?
Yes.
Okay, I'm going to pull up some documents,
Okay.
and let me know if you can see this. It's composite of Defense Exhibit 33. Okay. What is this document, sir?
Yeah, that would be the initial page that Linda Cruz filled out when she and Nikolas came in on September 24th, that's his date of birth, I'm sorry, 4/26/2007.
Okay. And there's just some general information here, including insurance information.
Correct.
And presentment. If you look at the very bottom, it says, presenting problem?
I think that's what it is, yes, at the bottom.
And that indicates what?
She said just anxious at that point.
And when you initially reviewed the intake form, because you obviously didn't do it, do you make a recommendation as for how often the family should come to you and receive services?
Well, you do your initial workup, and depending on the presenting problem and the people involved, yes, you do some idea of when you want to see them.
Okay. And on this document, there's a question that said, can patient be seen 2 times per week? Do you see where it says that?
Yes.
Okay. And there's an indication that the patient could be seen 2 times a week?
Right. That would be with the insurance.
Okay.
That's part of the insurance information. If necessary, they can be seen more than once a week.
Okay. Was there any other documentation that would have been filled out by the parent prior to the initial session?
Yes, the other pages.
Okay, and that's the...
Oh, actually, I apologize. This was filled in by my secretary when they called
Okay.
and set up the appointment.
Okay, so I'm going to show you this parent identification form.
Yes, that would be the paperwork that Linda filled out,
Okay, so
Mrs. Cruz.
This would have been her actual handwriting.
Yes.
Okay, so how much do you rely on the information that the parent gives you in making some determinations as to what services you'll provide?
Well, it's initial baseline, and you really don't know much about who you're dealing with till someone tells you something.
So it gives you a baseline.
Yes.
So you have to rely on the information that you're providing.
Correct.
Okay. So here, this is just some kind of general information in terms of patient information and the child's information, and it appears here that Ms. Cruz was referred to you by someone else.
Yes, Dr. Stephen Moskowitz. He was the treating child psychiatrist.
Did you ever have any communications with Dr.
Yes,
Moskowitz?
I spoke to him a couple of times prior to him coming in as well.
And is that kind of standard practice as a result of a referral that you reach out to the...
Sometimes it's ideal, but doesn't always happen.
Okay, but in this case it did happen?
Yes.
So this is page 2 of that questionnaire. And number 1 indicates this is the mom advising you what she believes the major problems and what she's seeking help for.
Correct.
And can you tell me what it says there?
I'm sorry?
Under number 1, does it appear to you that the major problems, according to...
Anxiety, nervous temper.
Okay. And then she indicates that this behavior has been occurring once a year? For the last year? I apologize.
Yeah, 1 year.
And there's also an indication that he is receiving some additional services, or at some point had received some services from Dr. Moskowitz, correct?
Correct.
And then once again, she indicates what led them to seek services: anxiety, lack of temper, control in school.
Yes.
And then she provides you with some additional information that he has a family counselor at his elementary school, correct?
Correct.
All this information is important to you. Why?
It gives me some idea of what's going on, who's involved in the case.
And then mom fills out, this is mom's, what she sees as the problems that
Correct.
or in the school or in general. And what would those issues be? Can you just read them off, the ones that are checked?
Yes, the ones that are checked. Difficulty concentrating, trouble with memory, unreasonable fears, anxious and tense, angry, act before thinking, school problems, loss of appetite.
And then the pediatrician, his name is also indicated, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Now, you, as a clinical psychologist, you don't actually prescribe medication, is that correct?
Correct.
Is it important for you to know what medication your patients are on?
Absolutely.
Okay. And if there's any changes in the medication, is it important that you're aware of that?
Correct.
Okay. So at the time of this intake, there's an indication that Nikolas was receiving 54 milligrams of Concerta.
Yes.
Now, if you don't
May I
feel
just object to the meeting if you could?
okay, I was just trying to speed along. I'll have him read it all then. Can you please read question number 3 and how it was answered?
How would you characterize your child's health? Excellent.
And number 4, is there any indication under that question?
No, none.
Okay. And how about number 4 and, or I'm sorry, number 5 and 6?
No and no.
Okay, now we're going to go to page 5, base stamp page 5, Mr. Marcus. What is interpersonal history? What does that mean?
How he deals with other people.
You able to see that okay? Okay. And the first question?
How does your child relate to peers? She said okay.
And then number 2?
Is your child basically, she said friendly.
Okay. And then she indicates number 3. Go ahead and read the question and the answer.
I'm sorry, number 3.
Yes, sir.
Outdoor play and TV.
Did it appear from this intake form that he was involved in any clubs or teams or organizations?
No.
And number 5?
She said no to child social activities.
Is there any indication that she answered number 6? If you could read that question, please.
No, she didn't.
And did you ever ask her about that particular question in any other form during your sessions?
Yes, she said he was, could be sweet and affectionate.
And number 7?
She was concerned with temper, loss of control of his temper, anxiety, particularly in school.
And then 8, his response to how she deals with those behaviors.
Right, we talked about the issue.
And then number 9, how he responds to discipline.
Okay.
Okay. And then as we go through the educational history, she indicates some of his strengths and weaknesses academically. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And number 4, so now you know him when he comes into you as a first grader, correct?
Correct.
And she indicates to you what about his school performance in number 4?
Yes, that it's changed and it's much better.
And why is it important for you to know if a student is receiving any type of special needs or special education services? Why is that important?
Well, gives you some idea of what the challenges are, what the issues are with the child.
And then 6, did she advise you whether or not Nikolas had ever repeated a grade?
Yes, he had repeated the cluster program for kindergarten.
I'm sorry, you repeated?
The cluster program for kindergarten.
Thank you.
Do you know what the cluster program is?
Yes, it's for children with emotional and behavioral difficulties. Typically, the logic is it's a very small classroom. I think at one point, it could have been with Nikolas, but I won't promise. There was a teacher, an aide, and 4 students. So it's almost basically a one-on-one intervention for kids who can't be contained in a regular classroom.
Okay. And then there's some questions about whether or not he's been suspended or expelled, and there's an indication of suspension. Would you agree?
Right, he was suspended once for a day in January of 2007.
Okay, and then number 10, how does Ms. Cruz describe his behavior?
Sometimes aggressive and anxious. He's very sensitive.
And then page 6 of your report,
Yes.
family history. Why is it important to know patient's family history?
Well, we want to know, certainly from a genetic standpoint, what's involved and what the gene pool is like.
And what about whether or not the mother had received any prenatal care? Would that matter to you?
Of course,
Tell us why, please.
because obviously it's very important for the adequate development of the fetus, and certainly it's affected by many factors, both physiological and environmental.
And what other information would you want to know about the pregnancy? Or one of your patients?
Well, it would have been nice if she'd pointed out the adoption and the history of the birth mother.
Okay.
She did mention some of that in the interview, but it's not down on these notes.
Okay. So do you remember any conversation that you had with her about adoption?
Yes, I knew that Nikolas had been adopted. I knew that they'd also adopted his younger brother, Zachary, from the same woman, that they were probably half-siblings. I knew that the mother had some issues with substance abuse and probably some psychiatric issues as well.
Why is that important for you to know, sir?
Because obviously the fetus can be affected by the various things going on in terms of development. For example, we know smoke is harmful to a fetus, but we also know that drugs are even more harmful, as well as alcohol and other stimulants. And we know some of the medication that's prescribed by the physician can also be harmful.
There is some information about the child's parent, and at this time when Nikolas is 8 years old, how old is his mother, Linda Cruz?
7.
Pardon?
I'm sorry, how old was his?
His adoptive mother.
Oh, she
Number
would have
2?
been 57.
Okay. And she was a homemaker, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. And they also indicate that the document also indicates that he has a brother. And how is the relationship with the brother, Zachary?
Their relationship was rather tumultuous.
Is that unusual for 2 boys that are close in age?
Not at all unusual. They probably raised it to an art form.
I'm sorry, sir.
They raised it to an art form. I think
Art
that
form?
art form. Nikolas was very easily set off, and I think Zachary derived some pleasure from doing so. Zachary was basically the more functional of the brothers. but he seemed to derive some pleasure from pushing Nikolas's buttons.
Now, the last question on this document is please list other pertinent information not previously asked. And that's left empty, correct?
Correct.
But would you have obtained some other pertinent information? Like with the
If she volunteered it, yes.
Okay, and would that be the information that you just told the ladies and gentlemen of the jury about the adoption? And
Yes.
then what was your initial recommendation for treatment?
Well, can I start with my initial impressions of Nikolas? Is that?
Let me back you up first.
Okay.
Doctor, sorry about that. Can you tell me about the referral and what information you were provided from Dr. Moskowitz as to?
Primarily that he was being treated for an attention deficit disorder, and there was a lot of conduct disorder as well.
I'm sorry?
A lot of conduct disorder as well.
Okay. And what is conduct disorder? Tell the ladies and gentlemen about
Sure.
it.
Conduct disorder would be a variety of things. In Nikolas's cases, it would be his acting out, having tantrums, anger outbursts, low frustration tolerance, refusal to do things, running away at times.
And the referral, did it include any other requests for services or anything that Dr. Moskowitz believed that the family needed?
Well, I think the implication was to help him both with his attention span and his anger control, and primarily to work with mom to be more consistent in her discipline of the child, and to hopefully model for him some more appropriate behavior.
Okay. So that's the kind of the referral question, and then
Correct.
you start your services. Did you believe that Ms. Cruz needed some assistance in parenting skills, or?
Oh, absolutely.
And tell me what you mean by that. What do you think she could have benefited from on what you were trying to do?
I think she truly loved these boys, but I do think she was overwhelmed in caring for them and somewhat depressed since her husband had passed away 2 or 3 years before I saw Nikolas, which left her as a single parent to 2 very out-of-control children.
Okay. Did she seem receptive to your suggestions?
She was receptive, but she was very private. She felt that people had already been judging her a great deal, and she was a little bit skittish. So I spent a lot of time trying to develop a closer relationship with her and try to reassure her that I was not being judgmental, that these were very difficult boys. But I think she also had some anger issues.
And did you
Anger issues, just as the boys push each other's buttons, they were very good at pushing hers as well.
Okay. Did she ever talk to you about how she dealt with those anger issues?
Yes, but I'm not sure how accurate that was.
I'm sorry?
I'm not sure how accurate what she described was. My sense of it is she lost her cool frequently
Okay.
and backed down a great deal, gave in to the boys, which only made the situation much worse.
Okay. So can you tell me if there's some overwhelming, like what's the best way to ensure that there's going to be some success in treatment? Are there any particular factors that contribute to whether or not there's progress or a lack of progress?
Probably patients' motivation and the relationship you build with them. Obviously, in a young child, it would be all through the parent or parents, pretty much. Unfortunately, with Linda, I don't feel we were terribly successful.
I'm sorry, I'm having a hard time.
Unfortunately, with
Do you want
Linda.
some water?
Yes, that would help. Sure. That's why it's a little water. Thank you. Hopefully that'll help.
That's okay. Madam, Ms. Bevan?
Sure. Give me 1 second.
I forgot it too, so she's going to.
The question is, so can you tell me if there's overwhelming ... what's the best way to ensure there's some success in treatment? Are there any particular factors that contribute, whether there's progress or a lack of progress?
Yes, that would be the motivation of the patient or the parent, as well as the nature of the relationship you have with the parent or the patient.
Who did did you spend more time with during your services?
Probably more with Mom than with Nikolas.
Why is that?
Because it was very important that whatever techniques I was trying to teach Nikolas, Mother was aware of them and could practice at home. There's only so much you can do in an office within a session.
So you have this session and you teach Mom skills?
I would see Mom first. She would give me an update on what was going on for a period of time. Usually I'd put Nick in the playroom while I was with Mom, so he'd keep his hands busy pretty much. And depending how that goes, then I would go in and see Nikolas as well. You do that because, number one, you want to have some update of what's been going on in the family. And number two, particularly with older kids, usually adolescents, you don't want to necessarily be meeting with the parent afterwards and have the kid feel that you're spilling whatever they confided in you.
Okay. So during those sessions with Ms. Cruz, were you trying to give her some interventions or some strategies to deal
Yes, we talked about consistent discipline. We talked about using appropriate rewards. We talked about not overreacting to things. We talked about modeling what we call I feel statements, trying to get Nick to articulate his feelings in words a little bit better and not in actions, not acting them out quite so directly. We taught some strategies to do that. It was modeled for Mom, and the goal was for her to follow through with Nick and practice at home. And then I would practice with Nick in the session as well.
So obviously you were never in the Cruz home, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. Did you get the impression based on Nikolas's behavior when you met with him and Mom's responsiveness that those interventions and those strategies were being used at home?
I don't think they were very much. I think she'd throw up her hands too readily.
Just kind of give up, overwhelmed
Yes.
and frustrated? Okay.
And again, I'd stress these were very difficult children.
You just made some references to teaching Nikolas I feel statements. What's the purpose behind that?
Well, because whenever Nikolas got frustrated or angry, he'd lash out. He'd throw something, he'd hit something, he'd tear something up, whatever. The goal of I feel statements is to identify how you feel, articulate your feelings, share it with someone, and hopefully be able to express it without the aggression that was so prevalent with him.
So during the 13 months that you worked with Nikolas, how did that progress, working on the I feel statements? Was he able to identify his emotions?
To a minimal amount. As I said, the sessions were too far apart to really do what we wanted to get done. And initially, I think they were every couple of weeks, and then it was once a month or even a couple of months between sessions. Very hard to accomplish very much in that.
So what was your recommendation in terms of how many times Ms. Cruz?
Ideally, I would have liked to have seen him at least once a week for a while.
Okay. So we're talking ideally, if you saw him over 13 months, maybe excluding some holidays, probably 52 sessions, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And do you remember how many sessions Linda and Nikolas had?
15.
Okay. Did you ever have any conversations with Ms. Cruz about would you consider that consistency in treatment? First of all.
Very difficult to treat under those circumstances.
Did you ever have any conversations with Ms. Cruz about that?
Yes.
Okay. Can you tell us about those conversations, please?
Generally, I just pointed out to her that if we were going to make progress, we needed more consistency. To the best of my recollection, she would say, yeah, and nothing would really change.
So let's talk about the sessions you did have with Nikolas. What was some of the behavior that you observed, some of the conversations that you had?
Well, Nikolas was a very peculiar little child. He was 8. He probably acted like he was maybe 6 at the most. I was aware of the fact Mom had mentioned that he'd been even more problematic as a little child, and she felt that he'd made some gains, problematic though he continued to be. A lot of psychopathology, anxious, tense, short attention span, at times a little bit hyper, obviously aggressive. What am I leaving out? Fearful at times, rather withdrawn.
Let's talk about being withdrawn and fearful. First, withdrawn. In engaging with Nikolas, do you believe that he struggled with social skills and communication with other people?
Yes.
Okay. How was his eye contact?
How do you?
How was his eye contact when he spoke to you?
It was hard to get him to look at me initially. Oftentimes with young kids, we'll give them a toy or something to play with while we're talking, especially for ADD kids. It keeps them occupied a little bit better, so that helps. The eye contact, I think, improved a little bit, but wasn't what you would normally see.
So lack of eye contact is not something you normally see with children that are diagnosed with ADHD?
Not to this extent.
Okay.
A little bit worse than the norm, certainly.
So what did that lead you to believe?
That he was withdrawn. I thought he certainly showed some autistic tendencies, but that wasn't full-blown by any means. Mom had also pointed out to me that Nick had been much worse when he was younger. The behavior was much more infantile. So the hope was that we were dealing with a developmental delay, and with treatment and over time, things would improve.
So you said autism. Did you diagnose him with autism?
No.
Okay.
But he had some autistic qualities.
Like what?
The withdrawal, the isolation, the lack of interaction. On the other hand, you're dealing with a young child. You're also dealing with a child who I knew stuck out like a sore thumb, had been bullied, had problems with other kids. As I said, I think his brother was pushing his buttons all the time as well. So there were behavioral or environmental reasons why he would be somewhat withdrawn as well.
When you say he stuck out like a sore thumb, what does that mean?
I'm sorry?
With the other children, you said he stuck out like a sore thumb?
Yeah.
What about him?
He looked peculiar, he acted peculiar.
Okay. And then, did you make any physical observations of Nikolas over 13 months that you met with him in terms of how his development appeared when compared to children his same age?
I think he looked and acted much younger than his stated age.
Okay. So what were some of the things that you were working on when you were with Nikolas? What were some of the sessions focused on?
The same things we mentioned with Mom, working on anger management, working on expressing his feelings using words, as well as trying to build a better relationship between him and I.
And you mentioned earlier that Nikolas was very worrisome and had a lot of anxiety.
Yes.
Were you ever able to determine the source of either of those two things? Or
Well,
maybe-
I think there was a palpable fear of abandonment, which was probably related to, number one, the fact that his adopted father had passed away a couple of years before, and at least symbolically, the fact that he'd been adopted in the first place.
Now, do you know if Nikolas even knew at age 8 if he was adopted?
I don't know, but I suspect that he may very well have overheard people talking,
Okay.
be it at the home, at school, or somewhere else.
And that sense of abandonment, you saw like a physical manifestation of that?
Well, I'm basing that primarily on mother's report that he was extremely fearful she would forget to pick him up from school, and he'd be stranded there, and no one would come get him.
And how did Miss Linda Cruz respond to that fear that Nikolas
She
had?
was perplexed by that because she always picks him up, and it shouldn't be an issue. And I tried explaining to her that no, other people in his life have left, and it's natural to have that worry, offer reassurance, and don't be quite so perplexed by the fact that he has these fears. We also talked a little bit about imagination with children, and with young children you talk about the good imagination, the bad imagination. To put it simply, the good imagination is creativity, writing a story, coming up with a new invention. The bad imagination would be imagine horrible things happen, or ghosts, monsters, all of those kinds of things.
So Nikolas had some bad imaginations.
He had a pretty active bad imagination.
Do you think that Linda was able to recognize Nikolas's emotions and connect with his emotions?
I think she mostly recognized the fact that he was angry, difficult to control, and making scenes in a variety of settings. and that embarrassed her greatly.
You think she was embarrassed by him?
Yes. I think the fact that she had two difficult children and they're always coming to some kind of attention for some misbehavior, yes, that embarrassed her a little bit. And I think that was also why it was hard to engage her in treatment. She felt it was hard to, that was also why it was hard to engage her in treatment. She felt that people had been judging her.
How, when you would speak with Nikolas, did he appear like he was listening to you and understanding the things you were saying to him?
Yeah, I think he went through the motions. We kept it pretty simple. He certainly wasn't disruptive one-on-one.
What does going through the motions mean?
Nodding his head, not disagreeing, repeating something I asked him to repeat.
When you were working with Nikolas, did you have to break things down into chunks in order for him to understand it?
Oh, yes, I kept it as simple as I could, very clearly, one thing at a time, a bit of practice. But again, the main goal was to get Mom to be on the same page, same wavelength, and to practice for many, many times at home.
Now, I know you never did any IQ testing, but obviously with your years of experience in working with children, did it appear that Nikolas was at all intellectually impaired?
No, I thought he was probably somewhere in the average range. And as I said, he seemed to have improved, as Mom said in her paperwork, from a younger age till now. So hopefully it would be a developmental delay, and over time he would continue to progress.
Do you believe, based on the things that Mom told you and the behaviors that she was observing, that there was structure in the home?
Minimal structure.
And is that important for a child who has...
Absolutely. You need a schedule, you need structure. I mean, otherwise it's a bit of a free-for-all. And that was my sense of what was going on over there.
So tell me how important consistency in treatment is for any of your patients, not just children.
Well, consistency is important because you want to work the issues out. You want to, especially with children, you want to practice and you want to see some results. And as I said, normally, had there been a shorter interval between sessions, I'd had a clear idea what was going on. When it was 3 or 4 weeks, sometimes the beginning of the session was strictly updating what had been happening in the last few weeks. And when that happens, you don't get very far.
Did you get any sense of, was there any pattern as to when Linda would show up, bring Nikolas in for meetings?
Yeah, I thought it was, I had a sense that it was when something had happened or someone was pushing her to bring him in.
So you were aware that he was diagnosed with ADHD?
Yes.
And so, it's your understanding that he was medicated or on medication throughout the time that he was with you?
Yes.
Okay. Were you updated on the medication either?
Yes, it was changed 2 or 3 times in the time I saw him.
And do you know why that was?
Typically, the psychiatrists change. I mean, the only way to know if it's effective medication is the behavior, how they're doing in the classroom, how they're doing at home. The other problem you have with stimulant medication, and most ADHD medication is stimulant medication, the problem you have is it causes a little more irritability, emotionality, sometimes some sleep issues as well, because basically it's a stimulant that you're taking. It's something that would otherwise keep people awake for a long time. And the theory is that in ADHD children, it has a paradoxical effect of calming them down. And the theory that I was taught, and I think it's still the current theory, is that attention deficit kids have a very high need for stimulation. So there are 2 ways to stimulate a child. One would be externally, give them games, let them run around, all kinds of prizes, contests, whatever. And the second is to give them a stimulant medication, which seems to paradoxically calm them down because their mind is at the level of stimulation that they crave. And typically they get bored easily and then they get restless.
So based on the review of your records, Nikolas's medication, was he on the same medication the entire time you were providing him services?
No, he was on 3 different stimulant medications, I believe.
And that's just trying to figure out what works?
Correct. And also minimize the side effects, like I was mentioning. Because some of these symptoms he had could also be related both to the ADHD as well as to the medication. In other words, these kids sometimes have memory issues because they're not paying attention. That would be one thing, certainly, as well as the irritability goes up with the stimulant medication as well. The problem is in a classroom trying to learn, it's a rather slow, tedious environment, especially for ADHD kids.
So do you agree with the diagnosis of ADHD at that time?
Yes,
But you saw other symptomology that wasn't consistent with ADHD,
Correct.
And I think you described that he's not autistic but had autistic features, correct?
correct.
And you also mentioned oppositional conduct disorder,
Right,
and that's associated with the aggressiveness, right?
right.
Okay. So was it that is it like a cluster of symptomology? You couldn't really put your finger on it?
Yes, and to give Nikolas the benefit of that, when he was 8 and was acting like he was 6, like I said, the hope was that it was a developmental delay, and over time, these things would improve.
So, understanding that you would have liked to have seen the Cruz family more, in the 13 sessions that you did have with them, how would you describe Linda's progress as a parent?
Minimal. I didn't really see a whole lot of gains.
I'm sorry?
I didn't see a whole lot of gains. It would go in little periods. If it was quieter with the kids, she was feeling a little better. If the kids were acting out more, she was obviously feeling worse.
And what about Nicholas's progress?
Not very much.
And you mentioned the challenge of both boys. Did you see Zachary at all?
Zachary came in a couple of times with Nikolas, so I observed them together, but no, he wasn't my patient. As I said, from what I could see and from what I was told, Zach was younger, but he looked older, he acted older, and he was somewhat of the better child, but he was also a tremendous instigator behind the scenes.
So, even though you did not diagnose with Nicholas as autism, but rather he had some symptomology consistent with that, were there any additional services that could have helped him with his lack of social skills and the anxiousness and the self-isolation?
Well, if treatment had been more intense, we could have addressed some of those things as well.
Okay. And what about the information that Mama told you about the exposure to drugs and alcohol in utero, those toxins? I know you're not an expert in fetal alcohol syndrome disorder, but is there anything, if you had been able to identify that or if he had been properly diagnosed, that you could have done?
Well, when we talk about developmental delays, which would certainly apply to Nikolas, there are many reasons that can cause it. One would be the substance abuse, but there's also varying degrees. It would depend on what drugs were used, how much they were used, what the point was in terms of fetal development. So clearly the fact that he was an average intelligence and able to comprehend things, we were hopeful that with treatment he would continue to improve. It wouldn't be a major issue.
And when you see a patient as a general clinical psychologist, do you ever make referrals when you have all the information that you need from a family and the consistency in treatment if you think that there's something else that they may need?
Well, I had suggested on numerous occasions that Linda get some help herself. Okay. I felt she was still very depressed, mourning her husband, feeling overwhelmed, loving the boys, but in some ways regretting having made this commitment, not knowing how difficult it would be.
What about for Nikolas?
I'm sorry?
What about for Nikolas? Would you have the ability, if you had all the information that you needed, to make referrals?
I don't remember making any referral. I made some suggestions to Mom to get him involved in some social activities to increase some of his social skills. But given the level of motivation, I couldn't imagine them seeing other practitioners on a consistent basis.
Do you think that Linda Cruz loved her boys?
Yes, no doubt about that.
Do you think she did everything that she could do for her boys?
In her mind, yes.
May I have a moment, please, Your Honor?
You may.
I think in your notes And we can go through them if you want, but if you remember, and they're in front of you, and the jury will have an opportunity to read the individual notes. And you have the typical doctor handwriting. You indicated something about symptoms of a mood disorder with Nikolas. What does that mean?
A mood disorder?
Yeah, potential mood disorder. What is that?
Well, a mood disorder would be anxiety or depression or mood disorders.
Is it difficult to diagnose children with a mood disorder at 8?
No, sometimes it's pretty clear-cut. But like I said, with Nikolas, there were so many things going on simultaneously.
And what is your recollection why Linda adopted the boys? Did you ever have a conversation with her about that?
About why she adopted boys?
Yes.
We talked about it. To the best of my recollection, I got a sense, I'm not sure I'm correct, that, and this may be revisionist history, that Linda felt that it had been her late husband who had kind of suggested this, and she went along with it. And given his demise and how difficult the children were, she regretted that decision.
When Linda came to you, she was 57 years old. Is that correct?
Correct.
Do you think that her age had anything to do with parenting?
It didn't help.
Okay. Why not?
Because I think your stamina, your ability to handle these things, I mean, it's like the families I work with where grandparents have had to raise their grandchildren because the parents are not available for one reason or another. That's always very difficult.
And how important is it for a caregiver, whoever that's a grandparent or a mom or a dad, to have a good, solid support system?
That's very important, especially when you have this difficult situation.
And do you believe that Linda Cruz had a support system at home, or?
Not to the best of my knowledge.
Your Honor, I don't have any further questions. Just want to make sure I give all the exhibits to the jurors. Thank you, Dr. Kravitz.
She had the exhibits, I'll wait until they're done
Okay.
before I begin them.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, I understand that some of you need a restroom break. That's not a problem. We're going to take a brief 10-minute restroom break. Please do not discuss the case among yourselves, and please leave your notepads behind. Thank you.
That was Dr. Frederick Kravitz, now retired, but did see Nikolas Cruz back in 2007 when Nikolas Cruz was just 8 and 9 years old in the first grade. Jeff Weinstein joining you with coverage today on Local10.com, filling in for Janine Stanwood, who is on assignment. At times, Dr. Kravitz sounded frustrated, basically said not much progress was made with Nikolas Cruz. Cruz was in the first grade at the time, 8 to 9 years old. Again, not much progress made because there were 15 sessions over a 13-month period. Dr. Kravitz wanted to see Nikolas Cruz more. During the intake process, Linda Cruz, Nikolas Cruz's adopted mother, brought Nikolas there because he was anxious, had a temper, was nervous, and the doctor testified that Nikolas Cruz had a fear of abandonment, had an active bad imagination, and had strange fears, he said, fears that his mother wouldn't pick pick him up from school, even though Linda Cruz picked him up each and every day. Again, he said that he thought, quite frankly, that the sessions were, and this is his words, not much progress was made. He wanted Linda Cruz to bring Nikolas Cruz to his office 2 times a week, if possible, or at least weekly. That did not happen. The doctor's impressions of Linda Cruz, the adoptive mother, was that she had anger issues as well, that there were minimal structure in the house. He wanted to meet with Linda more often as well, and that she was overwhelmed with Nikolas Cruz in the house and Zachary Cruz, Nikolas's younger brother. This is the first doctor to testify. This is the 3rd day that the defense has called witnesses. So far, we have heard from family, friends, family members, Nikolas Cruz's older biological half-sister, as well as school counselors as Nikolas Cruz was growing up when he was a young child, a toddler. Individuals who actually recommended that Linda Cruz take Nikolas to a clinical psychologist such as Dr. Frederick Kravitz. Kravitz testifying so far, again, a clinical psychologist who has practiced for 40 years, now retired, saw Nikolas Cruz 15 sessions over 13 months when he was 8 and 9 years old, when Nikolas Cruz was in the 1st grade. At the time, Cruz was being treated for ADHD. He was taking medication, and he was there for anxiety, for temper, and for nervousness. Right now, the court is in recess. There should be a cross-examination of Dr. Frederick Kravitz, and we are going to take a break. And as soon as court is back in session, we will be back on local10.com. Stay with us. We are back with you from Local 10 Studios, Studio B. We have a live picture from the courtroom. That is Jeff
Well, maybe next
Marcus.
time you can publish it while you're doing your testimony, Ms. McNeil, or take a break while you're asking about the questions to have them look through it. But there's nothing I can do about it now.
If you're just joining us back, they are coming back. We have been listening this morning to the testimony of Dr. Frederick Kravitz, who is a retired clinical psychologist who saw Nikolas Cruz as a patient back in 2007. When Cruz was just 8 years old as a first grader, Dr. Kravitz saw Nikolas Cruz for 15 sessions over 13 months. And Dr. Kravitz admitted on the stand that not much progress was made, that the sessions were too far apart. He described Nikolas Cruz, as a kid with an active, bad imagination, those are his words, and a fear of abandonment at 8 years old in first grade. He described Linda Cruz as having anger issues as well, was overwhelmed. He said there was minimal structure in the house. The doctor said, quote, "We really weren't successful." That is because Dr. Kravitz wanted and needed more sessions to make things happen, to make a change. And he said it simply did not happen. There is going to be cross-examination of Dr. Kravitz now. He is the first doctor to testify. There were individuals who have testified on the defense's behalf yesterday, a school counselor that recommended Linda Cruz take Nikolas Cruz to see a psychiatrist or a psychologist because of behavioral issues in school, which she did. But according to Dr. Kravitz, it wasn't intense enough. The sessions weren't frequent enough to actually make a difference. The doctor also testifying that Nikolas Cruz's younger brother, Zachary, had a way of pushing Nikolas's buttons. We believe the jury is going to enter now, and then the witness, Dr. Kravitz, will come back in and be cross-examined by the prosecution's team. Mike Satz, to your right there, a retired state attorney who has come back to prosecute this case, and to his left, Jeff Marcus, who's a veteran prosecutor in the Broward State Attorney's Office. Let's listen in.
The jurors are present. Everyone else may be seated. Ladies and gentlemen, there is one of the defense exhibits, 1 or 2, has been given to you to be what we call published. That's giving you the opportunity to take a look at it. You can keep in mind this won't be your only opportunity. What's the matter?
No.
Oh, I thought you were trying to tell me something. This won't be your only opportunity to view it. When you retire to deliberate, you'll be given all of the exhibits, so you can take your time looking at it now, but just keep in mind you'll be able to look at it again at a later time.
Not sure what the delay is here in court, but we are expecting the cross-examination of Dr. Frederick Kravitz, a retired clinical psychologist who actually saw Nikolas Cruz as a patient in 2007 when Cruz was just 8 years old. He was frustrated at times during his questioning by the defense, basically admitting that not much progress was made with Nikolas Cruz because of the lack of sessions that was happening. He did want more sessions with Nikolas Cruz, more time with Nikolas Cruz, and even asked his mother, Linda Cruz, to bring him more often. It just didn't happen, according to Dr. Frederick Kravitz. Asking Linda Cruz, actually admitting that he met with Linda Cruz more than he did with Nikolas, because again, Nikolas was just 8 and 9 years old at the time of the sessions, talking to Linda about parenting skills and what was going on in the home at the time. The doctor saying that there was minimal structure in the home at the time, saying, quote, "We really weren't successful, that Linda was overwhelmed, that her husband had died months before, that she had anger issues, that Nikolas would lash out when he was frustrated, and those are some of the issues that she was dealing with when she initially went to him to fill out the forms. She was there because in the form, she said that Nikolas was anxious, he had a temper, he was nervous. Those were the problems that she presented on intake to the doctor. He had difficulty concentrating. He was being treated for ADHD at the time, again, 8 years old, in first grade. And the doctor, again, 15 sessions over 13 months when he was 8 and 9 years old in the first grade, recommended by a school counselor to go. And the doctor again said, we really weren't that successful. This is the first doctor over the past 3 days. This is the third day of defense testimony. This is the 7th witness. So far they have called 6 witnesses, including Cruz's biological half-sister, who claimed Cruz's biological mother at the time, that she was pregnant with Nikolas Cruz, was smoking crack and drinking heavily while she was pregnant with Nikolas Cruz. In fact, Danielle Woodard, who was in custody, who again is Nikolas Cruz's older biological half-sister, made the direct quote of Nikolas Cruz developed in her polluted womb at the time, which was some dramatic testimony at the time. We've also heard from family members and friends. We've heard from a special education teacher who in preschool said that Nikolas Cruz pushed other children, tumbled over furniture, scratched other children. He had animal-like fantasies. We heard from another who said that he bit other children, slapped their hands, had temper tantrums in school. Yesterday, there was a former counselor out of the Broward County schools that said Mrs. Cruz came to him. She was overwhelmed, burnt out, said that Nikolas had said at a very young age, quote, "I'm a freak," and he was the one that recommended to Linda Cruz. There you see right there, if you're just joining us, that is Dr. Frederick Kravitz, the retired clinical psychologist who did see Nikolas Cruz on 15 different sessions back when he was 8 and 9 years old, and we are expecting cross-examination by prosecutors. They had taken a break and came back, and we were expecting cross-examination, and right now we are just waiting for that to happen. The defense says that they expect to call up to 80 witnesses in their defense, hoping to convince one of the jurors here, just one of the jurors, for life instead of death. The prosecution seeking the death penalty in this case. Nikolas Cruz. Of course, this is the penalty phase. There was no actual trial. This is the penalty phase. Nikolas Cruz pled guilty to 17 counts of murder, 17 counts of attempted murder for the mass shooting at Marjorie Stoneman Douglas back in 2018, February 2018, Valentine's Day to be exact. The prosecution calling some 91 witnesses over a period, and now the defense started on Monday, and Dr. Kravitz is their 7th witness in this third day. We are hoping to have Ken Padowitz, a veteran defense attorney, former prosecutor, join us here at the table in Studio B to do some analyzing of this trial with us in the next hour or so. Family members of the victims have dwindled during this phase. In the penalty phase here, we have seen very few of the family members who had been in the courtroom during the prosecution side. There are very few in the front row there now. Very difficult for them to listen to this part of the penalty phase. Again, what the defense is trying to do is bring up mitigating circumstances. Trying to convince just one juror, has to be unanimous, just one juror for a life sentence instead of the death penalty. Yesterday, we also saw pictures of a young Nikolas Cruz put into evidence. Legal experts say a teacher described seeing him as a young age. It's a strategic plan to show the jurors that he was once a young and vulnerable kid like any other, trying to get into the jurors' heads, trying to convince them, or at least one of them, life instead of death. And that is what the defense is trying to do right now. Again, prosecutors called 91 witnesses over 12 days. The defense says they have up to 80 witnesses, and they are only on number 7 right now. And as someone who's covered several death penalty cases, if Nikolas Cruz does get the death penalty, the average for someone on death row nowadays is well over 18 to 20 years on death row. And there's Jeff Marcus, Assistant State Attorney, will do the cross-examination of Dr. Frederick Kravitz, retired clinical psychologist. Let's listen in.
May it please the court, may I begin?
You may.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Dr. Kravitz. My name is Jeff Marcus. If I may start with just to put your time period in perspective, it was from April 07 to May 08, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so that's 10 years before the shootings at Marjorie Stoneman Douglas, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And you were aware and you spoke with Dr. Stephen Moskowitz. He was a psychiatrist, correct?
Correct.
And so, and the defendant was receiving medication even before you got involved in his treatment, correct?
Correct.
And were you also aware that he was receiving counseling services at his elementary school?
Yes.
By Mr. Noonhan, who
Correct.
was with us yesterday. You knew that, correct?
Yes.
And that he had been getting services all the way through his schooling. Did you know that?
Yes.
From kindergarten until he left the school.
Correct.
Okay. In your, you were shown this intake sheet, and let's see if it'll. Are you seeing it? No? No? Oh, you are?
Yes.
Okay. It seems like sometimes it's there and sometimes it's not, but okay.
That's a sheet that my secretary filled in when Mrs. Cruz called initially.
I understand that. So you were asked about 52 sessions that he could have had if he was there for a year, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So, but the reality is that insurance decides a lot of issues, correct?
Correct.
And money decides a lot of issues, correct?
Correct.
It's a reality because you were a private psychologist, correct?
Correct.
You weren't part of Henderson,
No.
and you weren't low cost. You
Correct.
were regular cost, right?
Regular cost.
Okay. And so on the towards the bottom section, verification of benefits. It looks like Blue Cross Blue Shield PPO. Actually, that's above that in the insurance section.
Right.
And then there's a deductible. Looks like $5,000 deductible. Do you see that?
Yes.
Okay. And number of visits, 30?
Per calendar year, yes.
Okay. So insurance would pay up to 30 visits.
Correct.
Okay. And the percent the patient is responsible is 50%, right? You see that? It's about halfway down on the verification of benefits.
Yes. Correct.
Okay. And the estimated payment, it looks like, does that mean for the first payment it's $129.16, and thereafter it would be $86.89?
Presumably that the deductible hadn't been met. The insurances set the charges. So the rather unusual figures you see is something Blue Cross Blue Shield set. The initial visit was allowed at $129.16, additional visits $86.89.
And that would be the patient responsibility?
Assuming the deductible hasn't been met. Otherwise it would be half that, or roughly 43, 45, 44 and a half.
Okay, so that would include, the insurance would pay the other half?
Yes.
Okay, all right. You sure about that that's what an estimated payment would be?
Well, that was based on the fact that only $197 of the $5,000 deductible had been met so far that year.
Okay.
That would be all medical treatment.
Okay, so there is certainly a matter of payment, correct?
Correct.
And you had understood that she was a widow and she was living on whatever she was living on. You knew she wasn't working, correct?
Correct.
Okay. when you began the visits, the actual sessions, I think on April 26th, 07, and thankfully you told us what your writing said, so we didn't try to have to decipher your handwriting particularly, correct?
Correct.
Okay. I think he's got out of order, so let me just see if I can put up that particular date.
There's a stamp in the right-hand corner, Mr. Marcus, I can help you put it in order, the top right-hand corner.
Oh, yes. Thank you, Mr. McNeil. So if you...
Oh, the handwriting isn't that bad.
I'm sorry?
The handwriting isn't that bad. I can read it.
The non-serious question I want to ask you is, do doctors go into that profession because of bad handwriting, or does it cause bad handwriting? You don't have to answer that.
Thank you.
You don't have to answer that. So this is on April 26th, 07, and just to give the jury an idea of what happened on that day, could you do what you did for us? And if it's not particularly obvious to everyone, there's another day's notes on here too, 5/3/07, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so just read that for us, the 4/26/07, so that you can have an idea of what we're looking at.
Sure. Nicholas was 8.5 years old. He was in the first grade at Coral Springs Elementary. He'd been retained in kindergarten for immaturity. He was on Concerta, one of the stimulants, 54 milligrams. He was 5 years old when his father had a sudden heart attack. Both boys were adopted at birth, same birth mother. Brother Zachary is also on 54 milligrams of Concerta. Can be aggressive when frustrated, very anxious, temper issues, attention deficit disorder, and anxiety/anger control. Can be an affectionate, sweet boy. That was a positive thing Mother mentioned. My impression was he was very shy.
Okay, did that complete your notes?
Yeah.
Okay.
I think there's more, Mr. Marcus, on that note.
Well, I can't read it, but if he can, that would be fine.
Yeah, he was playing Pokemon and toys, and I offered him 3 wishes. Sometimes you ask kids to see what they wish for. He wished for Pokemon, a dog, and even more Pokemon.
Okay.
And he was easily frustrated. Those are my impressions.
Okay. So one of the major problems with that was being brought to your attention was his anger control, correct?
Correct.
And that you see that throughout the visits, that it's a constant issue that you address with him and his mother, correct?
Correct.
And you're trying to give him strategies to deal with his anger control.
Correct.
Correct? And were you aware that he was having anger control issues at school as well?
Yes.
And so it's a pattern of behavior at school and at home that he's not only angry, but he's acting out.
Correct.
And he's being physical with people.
Yes.
Okay. And that is something that you're trying to address.
Yes.
And would it be fair to say that, well, I believe you described it as that he had little success with you.
Correct.
Okay. If there was progress, it was inconsistent. Would that be a fair way to describe it?
That would be a fair way to describe
Okay.
it.
And I think it's kind of the same way you described the mother's progress was inconsistent.
Correct.
And but you knew from the family that she wasn't dealing with one difficult child, she was dealing with 2 difficult children.
Correct.
And so you're sitting in your office or wherever you sit with them, and you're trying to deal with this woman who is dealing with her real life problem, correct?
Correct.
And it's a pretty big problem that she has.
Yes, it is. Yes.
You know who the boxer Mike Tyson is?
Yes.
Okay. Do you ever hear his expression of, all my opponents have a plan until I hit him in the face? Do you ever hear that expression?
Yes.
And it kind of applies to Mrs. Cruz in that you can give her a plan, but then she's smacked in the face with these two kids who aren't obeying her.
That's
Correct?
true.
And yelling and screaming, correct?
Correct.
Fighting, correct?
Correct.
And fighting with her.
Yes.
And she's, at this point in her life, she's 57 years old, correct?
Correct.
And these children are only getting older and bigger, aren't they?
Yes, they are.
And they're two boys, correct?
Correct.
So, as much as you try and help this woman, there are limits to what humans can do, aren't there?
Absolutely.
Okay. So you're not really being critical of her, you're recognizing the situation, correct? In fact, it might be even an impossible situation that this woman was in.
Correct.
In 2 weeks later, May 17th, I don't know where it says it here, but I believe you told us, and you tell me if I'm wrong,
Okay.
that he hit somebody at school. Is that
That's
in this
correct.
note somewhere?
Yes.
All right. I'm sorry. Can you show us where?
First line, hit somebody at school.
First line. Okay. All right. See, hit SB at school. Okay.
No, SB is somebody.
All right. All right. Looks like 3/B to me or S/B, but is that what it is?
S/B is somebody.
S/B. Okay. All right. Thank you. But what, as in terms of now, when you find out this information, this is what do you do with that kind of information?
Well, it reflects what we knew on an ongoing basis, that we needed to work on his anger control, his frustration tolerance, and as the notes show and the next session show, some strategies to handle them more effectively, or appropriately, I should say.
So one of the strategies in the next session, I see knuckles. I think that there was something about taking deep breaths.
Yes.
Walking away.
Right? Telling himself it's no big deal.
Oh, counting to 20.
Yes, before he reacts.
Okay. What is the knuckles thing?
For small kids, if they put their knuckles together when they're angry, you can get some of the anger out without hurting yourself or anyone else.
Okay. Now, the 13 sessions I think you had with him, or 15 sessions?
I think it was 15.
15 sessions. He never showed you this anger, did he?
Not in the session.
He was not oppositional to you.
He was at least compliant.
Okay. He was acting socially to you
Yes.
in a pro-social way, appropriate way,
Appropriate way.
as opposed to an antisocial way.
Correct.
Okay. So he could control his behavior when you're sitting in the room. He was fine.
Right.
I'm not saying fine, but he was not oppositional.
Correct. And oftentimes I'd meet with him in the playroom and he'd have something in his hands while we talked as well. That seemed to help.
Okay, and as a psychologist, the fact that he can control his behavior in your presence, that means something to you, doesn't it?
It means something.
As opposed to if you're in the room with him and he's acting with aggression and anger and throwing things, hitting you, that would be a different ball game for you, correct?
That would be completely out of control. I've seen some kids like that.
Okay. He wasn't like that.
No.
Okay.
Not one-on-one, and not so long as you weren't frustrating him too much.
Right. Was it your part of your strategy with the mother that he was having problems at school and at home, correct?
Correct.
So did you try and tell her to let the school deal with school problems, you deal with home problems?
Yes.
Okay, so she shouldn't be the heavy with finish your homework.
Correct.
Okay. And you said that, there were times that she would give in to them.
Yes.
Okay. And so that's not being consistent, which was your goal for her to be consistent, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And that kind of goes back to she's trying the best she can, and sometimes people can rationalize, well, maybe if I let him play a video game for an extra half hour, maybe he'll recognize how nice I am and he won't, destroy furniture.
Yeah, that kind of wishy-washy approach, I think, was rather evident.
Okay. Negotiate with her own children, correct?
Correct.
Okay. That doesn't really surprise you that a parent would try and work out a solution like that, does it?
No.
Okay. You sound like you've been a parent, right?
Right.
Okay.
Been there, done that.
Right. All parents do.
But my grandchildren, those are the gems.
Yeah, we can spoil them and then give them back, right?
Absolutely.
Okay. And you noted that he was on the honor roll as well, correct?
Yes, for one quarter.
Okay.
For one marking period.
Okay. There were, at home, you described it as testing the limits.
Mm-hmm.
What does that mean?
It means he would see how far he could go and get what he wanted.
Okay, would he...
I think when Mom first came in, she talked about him repeating himself a lot, and I think what she meant was the fact when she said no, he would still demand what he wanted, and when she said no the second time, he'd still demand what she wanted the third time, et cetera, et cetera.
Okay, so to test the limits, he would scream, yes?
Yes.
Have tantrums?
Mm-hmm.
Destroy property in the house?
Yes.
Lie?
Yes.
Make ultimatums?
Probably. I don't remember the exact details of all this, but it certainly fits.
Okay. Classic manipulative behavior, correct?
Correct. A very immature behavior, like a very young child does who has a tantrum when he or she doesn't get what they want.
Right. When he was with you, we went over that he wasn't at all oppositional to you, but did he actually like the therapy? Like the attention?
I don't know.
I'm sorry?
I don't know
You don't
how
know?
to answer that one.
Did you never got...
I don't think young kids usually necessarily like this. You remind me of a patient I saw. I mean, the story reminds me of a patient I saw a few years ago, a little boy, and he was playing with his friends. I think he was 7, and Mom took him away from his friends to come see me, and he was very upset. And the mom said to me, shouldn't he be looking forward to coming and talking to you? And I said, not exactly how it works. It's hard to compete with your playmates and other people like that. He didn't give me any trouble, but I'm not sure I would say that he liked coming in necessarily. I think basically he liked doing what he liked doing.
Okay, but you never got the direct impression that he did not want to see you.
No, not that.
Okay, it wasn't dragging him in by the arm kind of thing.
No, I've seen a couple of those.
I'm sorry?
I've seen a couple of those.
Yeah, but not the defendant. Okay. So you were confident of your ADHD diagnosis, or were you confident of your ADHD diagnosis?
Yes.
Okay. And his oppositional defiance was obvious to you?
Mm-hmm.
And regarding you didn't diagnose him as autistic, but you saw some features.
Correct.
Okay. And no matter how you labeled him with one or the other, would the treatment have been the same?
I think so, generally.
Okay. And so the treatment would not have been any different, right?
No. Correct.
Of course, we all know how this ended. Was there anything in what you saw from his behavior that could have foretold this event happening of what happened at Marjorie Stoneman Douglas?
Not in my opinion. I've worked with some other fairly damaged kids, and certainly, to the best of my knowledge, none of them have ever acted out like this.
None of them? You said to the best of my knowledge, none of them?
None of them have acted out like this.
Thank you.
Now, Ms. McNeil had asked you about the consistency of treatment, correct?
Correct.
And you only know what you know about your treatment and that he was with Dr. Moskowitz before
Correct.
you, correct?
Mm-hmm.
You don't know what happens after you, correct? Or
Correct.
maybe
I've heard some things through the grapevine, but not all the detail.
Okay. So were you aware that he saw Dr. Lori Karp, who's a psychiatrist? Do you know Dr. Karp?
Yes.
That he saw her from June 25th, 08 through December 18th, 2011. Were you aware of that?
I knew he'd seen her. I don't know the dates to that.
Okay. So just to be clear, and I know I'm repeating this, but May 21st, 08 was your last session, and then June 25th, so a month and 4 days later, starts with Dr. Karp. Were you aware of that?
No, I was not.
Okay. And also in October of 08, he went to Tomorrow's Rainbow for grief counseling with his brother. Were you aware of that?
No, I was not.
Okay. And that would be a good idea for
Sure.
him to have grief counseling, correct?
Yes.
And I mentioned Mr. Newnham from the school, his counselor at the school. That was consistent throughout his entire elementary school. One counselor the whole time. That's pretty good that he had a consistent counselor for all those years.
Yes.
Okay. And that were you aware he started service with Henderson Behavioral Clinic at home therapy from October 09 to December 09?
I knew there was some intervention like that. I didn't know the dates.
Okay. And that when he eventually went on to middle school, first at Westglades, he was receiving counseling at that school as well. Are you aware of that?
No.
All right. And were you aware that he switched to another psychiatrist? He ended his time with Dr. Karp in December of 2011 and started with Dr. Nagin, a psychiatrist, in January of 2012.
I was not aware of that.
Okay.
I know there have been a lot of consistent treatment, but I was not
Okay.
aware of who all the providers were or the dates.
Okay, but through his childhood, he had a psychiatrist.
Yes.
And were you aware that he began again with Henderson in April of 2013 for this next session, it's not the final session, but to September of 15, that's a 2-year and 4-month time period where he had 140 sessions. Would you consider that consistent
Yes.
therapy at home?
Yes, very much so.
Okay. And then thereafter, in 2016, he began with Henderson again for more treatment in 2016.
I was not aware
Not
of
aware of
that.
that as well. All of that represents consistent treatment, doesn't it?
Correct.
Do you now realize that you were just one of many therapists, doctors, counselors, teachers, and a parent who tried to get the defendant help?
Yes.
All right. Thank you very much, Doctor. Appreciate your time.
Sure.
Can we just have a moment to, I don't want to take these documents. Thank you.
Dr. Frederick Kravitz on cross-examination, pretty uneventful, but again, if you're just joining us, he had Nikolas Cruz as a patient back in 2007 when Cruz was just 8 and 9 years old as a first grader, 15 sessions over 13 months, and the doctor admitted that not much progress was made. Here is the Assistant Public Defender on recross.
So he mentioned Henderson, and he talked about different, they're called episodes, but different times where Nikolas was with Henderson. And that first episode, we'll call it the first treatment, do you know that he only had 6 sessions and then his mom discontinued treatment?
No, I didn't.
Okay. And Mr. Marcus mentioned Tomorrow's Rainbow. Great idea.
Yes.
Grief counseling. 4 years after Nicholas's father died. So, great that mom did that. Probably something that he needed immediately after his mother.
Objection. Witnesses testifying, not asking questions.
You mean the lawyer?
And leaving.
You mean the lawyer?
I'm sorry, the lawyer.
Okay, sustained.
I'll strike the question. Can you make some notations? Okay. Back to that May 17th, 2017 note.
2007.
07, 2007, thank you.
Which date, I'm sorry? Oh, it's up there.
May
Yes.
17th, 2007.
Right.
I know that you read some of this to Mr. Marcus. There's a couple things that I would like to have you point out. Can you see this sentence? Can you read that sentence for us where I'm pointing?
Yeah, he says he was angry that Dad died.
Okay. When is the best time for anybody who loses somebody that they love and care about to get grief treatment?
Well, ideally earlier than this, but certainly better later than never.
Better than ever, right? And then there's another sentence, I think you had said in the beginning that in kindergarten he was in a cluster, and then he'd been mainstreamed in first grade?
Correct.
Okay. With ESE services?
Yes.
And what does the last sentence of that note say?
Schools recommending his return to the cluster program for second grade.
What does that tell you? Why was that important for you to have
They
that?
were still having difficulties with him in the classroom.
Now, Mr. Marcus also mentioned some additional services that were provided by other mental health agencies, Henderson,
Right.
and I think you said it was 22 months of treatment, I think. Is that what you said? 26. 26. And did you know that there was also another agency called Camelot Community Care?
No, I did not.
Do we have a verdict? It's usually the buzz.
Are you? Was it fire alarm?
No, no. It was a true one. No, it's okay.
Okay. Go ahead. Sorry, it's just a false alarm.
But did you know with both of those agencies that Mom wasn't really compliant and wasn't following the recommendations of those agencies?
Objection leading.
I didn't know that, but it doesn't surprise me.
What is the role in general of a psychiatrist?
Psychiatrists are medical doctors who specialized in mental health, mental illness. Many, many years ago, they did therapy. Many of them were analysts early on. Nowadays, it's basically medication management and covering people who are hospitalized in acute distress. They typically do not do psychotherapy.
And you said you know Dr. Carr?
By reputation.
And so medication management would have gone through the psychiatrist?
I'm sorry?
Medication would have gone through Nicholas's psychiatrist?
Yes.
Were you aware of any patterns of Mom taking them on and off medication?
No.
Splitting the medication between the two boys?
No.
There's also... We talked about ADHD, conduct disorder, symptomology consistent with autism, right?
Some features, yes.
But you also have another acronym here. What is that?
OCD, obsessive compulsive disorder.
And how did that manifest in Nicholas?
That was with Mom saying he repeats questions 3 or 4 times. I think, again, that was just perseveration of trying to get his way. But he did have some obsessive qualities. If I remember correctly, he would cross out writing that he did if it wasn't perfect and redo it.
That's not consistent with oppositional defiance disorder, is it?
No.
And why do we have chicken nuggets here?
The 8 chicken nuggets?
Pardon?
I'm sorry?
You said you have 8 chicken nuggets. Are you concerned about its diet or any
No,
sessions?
that when he has chicken nuggets, it must be, look at the next line, it must be 8.
Okay. Okay.
Not 7, not 9, 8.
Is that why you would have done the notation about OCD?
Yes.
And is that consistent with oppositional defiance disorder? That having a specific number of food items?
Yes.
That's consistent with oppositional defiance disorder?
What, the numbers? No.
That's
I'm
more
sorry.
consistent with OCD?
Yeah. That's more obsessive compulsive.
Pardon?
That's more obsessive compulsive.
So, did you terminate services with Ms. Cruz and Nikolas Cruz? Did you terminate their services? How
No,
did
they basically dropped out. If I remember my notes, there was a month or 2 between visits, and she must have canceled the last visit, and it took me quite a while to realize they weren't even coming because it had been so sporadic by that point.
And Mr. Marcus told you that she went from clinical psychological services to a psychiatrist, correct?
Right.
Mr. Marcus talked about the behavior that he was exhibiting in school. That was a lot of aggressive behavior, a lot of hitting children, that kind of stuff. Do you remember that?
Yes.
And he wasn't displaying that behavior when he was with you, is that correct?
Correct.
What was the difference in those 2 environments? The one at school and maybe with you?
Well, the one at school, there'd be a lot of kids around, and kids can be kind of cruel. And like I said before, I think he did stick out like a sore thumb. Brought a lot of attention to himself, got teased and a great deal.
So when he was having sessions with you, it was a one-on-one environment?
Correct.
In an environment where there wasn't a lot of overt stimulation?
Correct. And he had something to keep himself occupied.
And any frustration you were attempting to reduce or give him coping skills to be able to do?
Correct.
Mr. Marcus mentioned pro-social skills. What are those things?
Well, what you would do is obviously model with your relationship with the patient, first of all, the interaction that goes on, and you'd also do some role-playing, different vignettes of how to interact with other children as well, but we never got that far.
Never got that. So I think you had mentioned on my initial direct examination that Nikolas had some impairments in social skills,
Yes.
and that manifested how?
The fact that he was so isolative and withdrawn at school and in other social situations.
And is that consistent with oppositional defiance disorder?
No.
I have no further questions. Thank you very much, Dr. Kravitz.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Excuse. Thank you for your
Okay.
patience. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take a lunch break. It is 11:41. I would ask that you please be back at 1:15. That gives you just about an hour and a half. Please remember that you're not permitted to discuss the case among yourselves. You're not permitted to talk about it with anyone else, and please leave your notepads behind. Thank you.
We have been listening all morning long to the testimony of Dr. Frederick Kravitz, a retired clinical psychologist who treated Nikolas Cruz to the best of his ability. He said he wished that he had more sessions, and he admitted that he did not get what he wanted to do done. 15 sessions over 13 months. I am joined by Ken Padowitz, veteran defense attorney, former prosecutor, 35 years plus. What is the defense trying to do here? They even talked about chicken nuggets. Is that kind of a strategy here? What are they trying to do to the jurors?
Well, absolutely. In the end, what the defense wants to make sure they do is humanize their client. They want the jury to look past, if they can, the horrible incident that occurred and the reason that he's on trial, and to humanize him. You know, everyone's eating chicken nuggets. Show that he has this pattern, the psychological issue where he needs a certain number of chicken McNuggets, but the bottom line is to humanize him, to make him a real person. And if you're going to elect the death penalty as a juror, you better be understanding that this is not just an inanimate object. This is not a monster, is what the defense is trying to portray. He's a human being, and we want you to see him as such and possibly inch you closer to possibly getting the one juror that they're looking for the right verdict for them.
And of the 12, they need just that one.
Correct. They just need one. So they're searching for any one of those 12 people or more, more than one, to have that person come to the point where, you know what, I can't choose this punishment that the government is asking for.
But to get on the jury, they had to accept the fact that they agree with the death penalty, or at least they're in favor of it. What do they have to, as far as the death penalty go, admit that they are able to?
They're able to follow the law. And you're bringing up a great point. And we do something very odd in this country. If you think about it, if you step back and look at it, we do what's called death qualify the jury. And we have to make sure that the juror, according to our laws, is willing to exercise the option of the death penalty as a possible punishment. And if you as a human being have a belief system that does not allow you to do that, then the argument by the government is that person has to be struck. They're not death qualified because they can't follow the law. But what that does from a human and social perspective is it really taints the jury in favor of the death penalty. It eliminates at least half the population, or close to half, is against the death penalty. It eliminates all those people from sitting on the jury and stacks the deck for the government, for the state here, to get to that verdict, that recommendation that they want, which is death.
I noticed yesterday or the day before, as part of evidence, they put pictures in of Nikolas Cruz as a young child, and you see this young child there. You don't see the monster. Is that part of the chicken nugget strategy as well?
Absolutely. That's exactly what they're doing. I mean, they want to convince this jury that you're talking and looking at a person here. And when you're considering the ultimate punishment, the defense wants to get across that, from a baby onward and through his development, that you need to consider the whole person here and looking at the entire perspective, not just see it in a vacuum of the horrible murders that he committed, but to look at him as a human being when you're considering the ultimate punishment. So that's absolutely their strategy in a nutshell.
The prosecution put on 91 witnesses, according to local10.com, and they were people that were there. There were people that were injured. So they have some perspective. The defense is going to put on, according to 80 witnesses. Do we need to hear from 80 different witnesses that Nikolas Cruz has mental issues? I mean, is that excessive?
Well, it depends on which side you're looking at, what perspective you're looking at. If you are obviously on the side of the government and you want to see the death penalty administered here, then it is excessive. And from a third party, just somewhere in the middle, you could say that 80 witnesses is absolutely excessive. I mean, I did 35 first-degree murder trials in my career. I don't think 98% of them lasted more than 1 week. So there's no reason normally for that many witnesses. But, and here's the big but, if you're the defense and you're looking for any possibility of one juror going your way and stopping this punishment of the death penalty, then you want to throw everything you have against that wall and see what's going to stick. And so if you only did 60 witnesses as opposed to 80 witnesses, and it's sitting in that lawyer's mind representing the defendant here that if we only put on an extra few, maybe we would have nudged one or more jurors over that line towards a life sentence recommendation rather than death. That's why you get this unbelievably crazy number of witnesses coming into this courtroom for the defense.
Anything in this penalty phase so far surprise you that you've seen and or read?
No, I don't think there's anything surprising other than the fact that we're dealing with one of the worst mass murders trials that we've seen, and it's horrendous. And so there's of course there's pressure on the lawyers for the government and for the defense to do more, do extra to get to the verdict that they want. And so you're seeing a very, very long process in front of human beings sitting there on this jury that have to endure this process because they took an oath to do so. And that is our legal system in action. But yes, is this drawn out in a very big way for most of the rest of the population that's watching this trial, including me, who've been doing this for 36, 37 years? Yes, this is very long and drawn out.
Gotcha. Ken Padowitz, thanks, and he will be back with us after lunch. They are on a lunch recess till 1:15, and then they will call their 8th witness, the defense. This is day 3 of the defense, and we will be back. 1:15 is when the judge is scheduled back, and stay tuned on local10.com this afternoon for the rest of the penalty phase in the Parkland shooter, Nikolas Cruz. We'll see you then. Good afternoon, everyone. Jeff Weinster along with veteran attorney Ken Padowitz. It is day 3 of the defense. We have 7 defense witnesses down. They are going to call an 8th, likely this afternoon if all goes as planned, and sometimes it doesn't. Witness 7 all morning long was Dr. Frederick Kravitz, a retired clinical psychologist who saw Nikolas Cruz as a patient back in 2007 when Cruz was a first grader, 8 years old, saw him 15 times over a 13-month period. The doctor said it simply was not enough. He didn't get enough done with Nikolas Cruz, but was able to tell the jurors that he was a kid with an active, bad imagination, fear of abandonment, had anger issues. The defense trying to convince the jury, or just one juror, life instead of death. As the first doctor here, your thoughts?
Well, of course, expert witnesses are supposed to be weighed like every other witness by the jury, and so I'm sure they're listening intently to the first expert witness for the defense. They have obviously a very difficult position, the defense here. They're just looking for that one juror, but of course there was a huge amount of evidence that was presented by the government in this case for the horrific crimes that he pled to. And so the jury's going to have to now listen through apparently a lot of witnesses and try to figure out what's important, what's not, and does that have any effect on their decision as to what to recommend as far as a sentence in this case.
We had talked about...
Jurors are entering?
The jurors are entering now. We had talked about, while the jurors enter, possibly 80 defense witnesses. At some point, they're all going to talk about his mental health, the state of his mental health. After a while, do you get it? After the 13th witness, I guess my point is, do the jurors get bored? Do they tune out?
Absolutely. I mean, these are human beings sitting there having to listen day in, day out, week in, week out to witnesses. And as a defense here, you want to throw everything you can against the wall. But on the other hand, yeah, if you're boring the jury to the point where they stop listening, well, then you're not going to be effective. And you're not going to be in a situation where your strategy is working if you want the jury to be swayed. So you need to make that constant strategic decision and balance those interests.
Okay. And they are going to call the next witness, which will be the 8th witness on day 3.
Please remain standing to be sworn. Right.
Good afternoon, sir. Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you, sir. You can go ahead and be seated. And when you're seated, if you would just please speak into the microphone, state your full name, and spell your last name.
My name is Stephen Schusler. It's spelled Schusler.
Thank you, sir. You may inquire.
Thank you, ma'am. Good afternoon, Mr. Schuster.
Hello.
You hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay. Would you just tell the jury a little bit about yourself, where you live, and what your profession is, please?
I currently live in Hobe Sound, and I am a mechanical inspector.
And before moving to Hobe Sound, where did you live?
I lived in Parkland, directly across the street from Nikolas Cruz.
All right. And when you were living in Parkland, who did you work for at that point?
I worked in a machine shop called Baker Hill Industries.
And you said that you lived across the street from the Cruz family, is that right?
Yes.
And who were the members of that family at that time when you lived there?
I met the mother.
So would you mind just the microphone is stationary, but if you could just scoot up a tad so we can hear you a little bit better.
Okay.
Thank you.
I knew the mother and her 2 sons.
Okay. And so is that Linda Cruz is the mother?
Linda Cruz was the only one who lived there at the time. Linda Cruz and her 2 sons.
Yes, sir.
Nikki and Zach.
Okay, so you knew Nicholas as Nicky, is that right?
Yes.
All right. And just so to make sure that I'm right about this, is that Northwest 80th Terrace? Is that the street?
Yes.
On that?
Yes.
And tell us just who you were living with at that point, who you were renting from.
I was renting a guest house that was behind the house The main house. I lived alone in the guest house.
All right. And when you were, whose house, whose property were you renting from?
The owner's name was Mila Risen.
Okay.
She owned the main residence.
And at that time in your life, when you lived in Parkland and you were working in Baker Hill, what did you drive to and from work?
Mainly I took my motorcycle, but I also had a car for bad weather.
During that period of time, were you having some trouble with your motorcycle?
Absolutely, yes. It's a 1983 Honda. I still have it, and it's just constant need of repairs.
And do you do most of those repairs yourself?
Yes. No one will work on these old bikes anymore. You can't get parts. You have to do it yourself.
So I'm going to be asking you about some of your memories of the time that you lived across the street from the Cruz family. And what year did you move into Miss Risen's place?
2009.
Okay. And then do you remember when you moved out?
2015.
2015. Okay. When you think about your time living in Parkland, Miss Risen's place, how do you sort of break it up in your mind in terms of time frame?
Excuse me.
Well, in conjunction with this trial, I break up my time in 3 periods because I don't know exact dates. I don't know exact times. So I break things up in the beginning of my stay in Parkland. I lived in there 6 years. So I broke it up into 3 segments to kind of describe. So my first period was when I met Nikki. Then my second period was a period of observation, friendliness. Towards my third period, this was at a time when it was cautious with Nikki. I was apprehensive of him. And so those are the 3 periods that I break up my stay to give you an idea of what I was observing through those 6 years. So 3 periods, the beginning, the middle, and the end.
And obviously we'll start with the beginning. You moved in 2009. And how was it that you came to be introduced to the Cruz family?
Okay. I just moved in. I'm renting the guest house from Mila. We shared the driveway. She has a circular driveway in front of her house. And I kind of dominated one end of that with my motorcycle and my car. I am in the driveway, just moved in. And Mila was getting her mail. We shared a common mailbox. And she was getting her mail, and I had just gotten home. And I'm parking my motorcycle. And the boys, 2 boys, were across the street playing. I don't know who they are. Mila was talking to me, and she called them over. She called them over across the street to introduce me to them. And she says, this is Steve, he's going to be renting here. And she says, this is Nikki, and this is Zach. She said, points to Nikki and said, he's the weird one. And I stopped, and I didn't really kind of comprehend what she was saying right in front of this little boy. And I asked her, I said, what did you just say? And she said it again. She said, it's Nikki. He's the weird one. Aren't you, Nikki? And I could not believe that she was demeaning that boy right to his face, calling him a weird one. I could look at him and I could see that the...
There's no questions in
Okay, ask him.
I'm sorry.
That's okay, sir. When one of the attorneys objects, it's just between me and the lawyers.
Okay.
And if you have any question about what to do,
No.
you can ask me. But at this point, the lawyer's going to ask you another question.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
And just so we're sure, this is spring of '09.
Yes.
Right? And Nikolas was born in September of 1998, so he would have been 10 at this point. Does that sound about right?
Sure, whatever the math works out to be.
And what were your observations of Nicky, as you called him, when you were introduced to him by Miss Rice?
Okay, now I'm going to answer the question, and I will answer the question, but please bear with me, because the irony of our first meeting when she called him weird was distasteful, it was disgusting, and I do not, here I am going to do the same thing. I'm going to do the same thing that she did, and she called him weird, and yes, he did not have the boyhood image. You could look at him and you can see something's not right, something's off. His caricature was, the first thing I saw was him was Alfred E. Newman. It was not please, and I'm sorry to say this in front of the boy, but he was not attractive. You could see that something's just not right. He looked like Alfred E. Newman. He had big ears. He had a quirky face. But when she called him weird, what he did was all I could describe it as, it looked like a snail that you put salt on. They just shrivel up, and he just shriveled up, and he stood there while she said he was weird, standing right in front of him, and he just curled up and stood there. Then his mom came out, and his mom came across the street, and she introduced me to the mother, Linda, this is my renter, and she says hi, and took the boys back across the street. She took them back across the street. Me and Mila were still standing there, and then Mila, I saw that there was kind of a conflict between Mila and Linda. And she went on to say that she had a conflict with Linda because her cat was bitten by her dog and she refused to pay, and it seemed to be a personal little squabble. So I didn't meet
Hold on,
Linda.
sir. Just a second, please. May I speak to the lawyer's sidebar, please? Give me just a second, please.
All right, so this is a neighbor. What do you make of this testimony right here? This is a bizarre?
Bizarre is an excellent word. I mean, that's very bizarre testimony, and the facial expressions, the mannerisms, and the way this witness is testifying appears to be somewhat out of the ordinary for sure.
Okay.
I don't know what kind of impact it has on the jury. It's not... It comes across as authentic, even though it's bizarre and somewhat very strange. But it comes across as authentic, and maybe they're just trying to get across this.
Sorry if I caused it.
He's been mistreated from an early age, which may be added to his going off the rails.
Okay,
let's continue to listen.
All right. I just ask you, try as best you can when I'm asking a question to narrow it just to that specific area.
Sorry.
And then we'll move on, okay? Did you learn early on that Nick was adopted?
Yes. During the introduction, she mentioned it. Mila mentioned it, and she said they're adopted.
Okay.
I kind of misunderstood what she was saying, and I assumed that Nikki was the natural son and that Zach was adopted, but I was wrong. They were both adopted.
Okay. Now, when you were living at Miss Risen's place, did you actually get to know the Cruz family and spend time with them in their house or anything like that?
No, not at all.
Okay. And I think when you were talking earlier on, you said it was mostly observational that you saw them. Is that right?
Yes, absolutely.
And where was it that you observed them from for the most part?
They played out in front of their house, and I was in the driveway working on my motorcycle directly across the street from them, and I could hear them playing and just doing their thing.
Okay. And was that something that you did quite frequently, working on your motorcycle?
Yes. Yes.
And did you ever see Nikki and Zach when you were going and coming from work?
Yes, quite often. I would see them when they were walking down the street going to school. I would see them, and we kind of had the same schedule where they were walking down the street when I was going to work.
Okay. And did you ever attempt to speak to the boys when you were leaving or coming on the street?
I did, and they did not want to talk to me. They were they just did not want to talk. They were shy and turned their head from me and would not engage me socially.
Okay. And that was both of them?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Now, I'm going to move a little bit up in time, just sort of the middle of your time there, which I think, based on your time frame, is about 2011 to 2012. Is that right, Sam?
Sure.
Did you see them, and when I say them, of course I mean Nikki and Zach, did they do things like skateboard or bike?
They did. They always played out in front of their house with other kids on the block, and that was their place. So they played out in front of that house, and yes, then they advanced into skateboarding, and they were skateboarding out in their driveway.
And did you see Nikki skateboarding, or was it just Zach?
Never. The only thing I've ever seen Nikki do in conjunction with the other boys, he was standoff. He was never engaged with them. He was always offset.
And if you would, tell us now about an incident when you heard some commotion coming from the Cruz's house.
Now we're in that mid portion of my stay in Parkland, and I'm again working on my motorcycle, and I hear a commotion, a loud commotion, and I see the door of Linda Cruz's house fly open. And Nikki came running out. What I didn't see was the door had previously opened and closed, and his mother, Linda, came out of the house and got into her minivan. She's in her minivan. Then I hear, then the door flew open again, and Nikki came running out of the house. Now, when I heard this commotion, and we're in this mid-period now, with the history of what's going on, and I heard the commotion, and I walked to the driveway thinking that I may have to intervene in something. Nikki came running out of the house, and he goes to the side where his mom was in their minivan, and he says, "You didn't kiss me goodbye. You didn't kiss me goodbye." And they kissed. Linda continued to back out of her driveway in her minivan and stopped right in front of me, standing in my driveway. And she just gave me the sheepish look ever, that she just was sheepish looking. Like she couldn't explain it, of what just happened. And she drove away.
Based on the age that Nikki was at that point, was that behavior of his troubling to you?
Absolutely.
This is speculation.
Sustained.
Okay. Now, am I right that during the same period of time is when you start noticing vehicles being at the Cruz house?
Yes.
And can you just tell the jury what types of vehicles you noticed are being sometimes at their home?
Well, the previous question about the incident of the noise and Nikki running out of the truth.
Sustained. Sir, you're going to have to wait for the lawyer's question, and please answer the question that's asked.
Okay.
Of you.
We'll just go with the vehicles for right now.
Okay. I saw a lot of county vehicles at his house. Many times I could see the different county vehicles, the white vans and the white cars, and I know they were county vehicles.
Let me just stop you for a second. Did you know what entity they were from?
No, I did not.
Okay.
But one night after I saw...
No question.
Sustained. Ask me
Okay,
a question.
sorry.
That's all right. Did you ever inquire with Miss Linda Cruz about those vehicles?
Yes, and that's how I knew that they were county vehicles, because one day, after the night, many vehicles were parked out in her house. And the next day I saw her, Linda, and I was teasing her. I was being sociable, and I was teasing her, and I said, "Hey, Linda, did you have a party and not invite me?" And she just looked at me, and she just said, "It's Nikki again."
Did you also start noticing any other types of vehicles other than the state vehicles that you mentioned?
There was a common sight to see the sheriff's vehicles there as well. And that was this mid-period that I'm talking about.
And when you started seeing those vehicles there, were they present there occasionally throughout the remainder of your time in Parkland?
Yes. It was not an unusual sight to see them there.
When it comes to sheriff's vehicles, do you have any sort of guess about how many times you saw them there?
6 years. I would guesstimate between 10 and 20.
Okay. During the time that you lived at Miss Risen's place, did you ever see Nikki Cruz with any kind of gun?
I did.
All right. Can you tell the jury about when you saw that?
Well, one day, I'm sitting in my driveway working on my motorcycle, and I see Nikki come running from the side of his house. There was a vacant lot next to their house, or a huge property, but there was a lot of space. So he came running around the side of his house, and he had in his left hand, I remember that, a gun. And he's running with this thing, just shooting anything, running with this thing. And he's just running, shooting at this rock out in front of his house. Just as I did, just like that. Nothing static, nothing special, just spasmodic. pointing this thing, and I wondered, what the hell is this now? Is it going to be a BB gun? Am I going to get my windows broken? So then he ran around, and I went and looked to see what he was shooting, and I went to this rock, and he was shooting airsoft balls. That's what his gun had, airsoft balls. So he was shooting these airsoft balls.
And can you describe the way that you saw him run?
He was running like something I've never seen before, and the only way that I can describe the way he was running is when I saw my 2-year-old grandson trying to run. He has no coordination. He doesn't know. He's trying, no balance, no coordination, and he's just running to try to stay afoot. That was not running. It was, I don't know what you want to call it, but that's what I compare it to. My 2-year-old grandson trying to run when he can't even walk.
Judge, is it all right if Mr. Schuessler steps down and demonstrates the way that he saw Mr. Cruz running?
I suppose if it would help him explain to the jury what he's trying to describe.
Do you think you can demonstrate
Sure.
the way you saw him run?
Sure. Would you like to see it? Now he had this.
Okay, sir, don't get so
right
close
here.
to the jurors. If you need to.
Well, he
where
had
do you
this
want him to do-
airsoft
Sir, just wait a second. Where would you like him to do this?
You can just come right over here.
And you want him to demonstrate running?
Just the way that he saw Mr. Cruz running that day.
Okay, so sir, come over by the lawyer, please.
Just go around out the back there. Is that okay, Your Honor, if he comes around this way?
Okay, I mean, if that's.
No.
Oh, no? Okay. Then just right here, Mr. Schuessler, right in front of the jury.
Don't talk to the jurors, please, sir.
So well, I'm going to point at him, and so he had this thing in his hand, and he's running like this. Like that. But he had this gun in his hand, and he's just like that.
Oh, okay, I think that's sufficient. Is there anything else you want him to demonstrate?
No, that's it.
Okay, go ahead and have a seat, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Now, towards the third part of your time in Parkland, which I guess is sort of the last 2 years, maybe 2013, 2014, part of 2015, did you see Nikki and Zach starting to hang out with a group of boys in that neighborhood?
Yes.
And can you
Yes.
tell us how Nikki fit into that group?
There was a new member to their little group of boys that played out in front of the house. It was not always just Nikki and Zach. There were 2 other little boys that played with them. And so there'd be 4 of them now. But a new boy moved into the neighborhood, and he was the 5th member, and he exhibited a little more sophistication and savoir-faire. He was the leader of the group, and they hung around together. And now we start to introduce, they were smoking cigarettes, and so there were 5 of them now.
Okay. And again, how does Nick fit into that group? Is he a main member of that group?
I used Leave It to Beaver as an analogy of what I saw in that group. The new boy, this boy with the savoir-faire, he was the Eddie Haskell. He was the one that was doing the pushing. Zach would have been Wally, the brother. Nikki would have been Larry Mondello, the offbeat character that no one respects, the one that's there but off to the side. He wasn't a key member of the group. He was a tag-along.
And was there ever a point when you had to confront this group of young boys?
Yes, and this is towards the third period of my stay there. Now they turn bad with the influence of this old, I don't want to say older, he was not older, he was more sophisticated. Now they went bad. Now they're starting to smoke cigarettes. And now one day I came home and I saw 5 of them on Mila's front porch. They have no business being there. And I said, what the F are you doing on that porch? And this boy, this kind of leader of the group, said, oh, we're looking for my dog. We lost a dog. And I said, you didn't get it. You didn't. There's no dog. Get the F off this porch. And so they went filing by. The leader, Zach, the other 2 boys, and there's Nicky trailing behind. And I looked at him, I said, Nicky, really? You know, we're neighbors. Really? And he didn't say anything. He just did that curl thing again and just followed the boys off the porch. And so now I was kind of afraid of what they could do, because I was secure living in Parkland. I wasn't afraid of thieves, but I was afraid of the younger boys that would just do things for just juvenile delinquency, and so I was afraid of my stuff. And that's why I thought maybe if he had a BB gun, would I start getting broken windows?
All right. So, the 6 years that you lived there, observing the Cruz family and Nick from across the street or when you're leaving, did you, during that 6 years, ever see him, in your own view, as acting like a normal kid?
No. As sad as and I hate to say it right in front of him, but there was never any sense of normalcy. You can always see that there's something not right.
And during that 6 years, did you ever see him and think to yourself that he looked happy?
No.
That sense that you had when you met him, that there was something wrong with him, did that ever go away during the 6 years that you lived there?
No, I felt badly for him. And when I saw him run around with that airsoft gun, I thought maybe all this boy needs is some mentoring.
And when you say mentoring, did you feel as though he needed some sort of help?
Absolutely.
And during the 6 years that you lived there, did you see him at all improve for the better from the way that you originally saw him?
No. I personally did not see his behavior getting worse, but I saw the influence of this other boy affecting them. Now they're starting to smoke cigarettes.
Okay. Other than what Linda Cruz said to you about the vehicles being there, it's Nicky again. Do you have any knowledge specifically about why the state vehicles were there or why the sheriff's department vehicles were there?
No, other than what she told me, no.
Okay. And when you moved away from Miss Risen's place in 2015, did you ever have any contact with the Cruz family ever again?
No.
Did you ever hear from anybody through the grapevine anything about them until Nicky was arrested?
No.
That's calling for hearsay.
Sustained.
Just to last couple things, Mr. Schuessler. Can you tell the jury how you became involved as a witness in this case?
Sure. I called the public defender and told them that I lived across the street from Nikki Cruz and that I saw that boy growing up. And the reason I did that was...
Objection irrelevant.
It's also not responsive. He's just answered your question. If you have another question, go ahead and ask it.
What was it that caused you to call the public defender's office?
When I saw Nikki Cruz at his guilty plea trial, and I saw it on the news, and he stood there and he said, "I'm sorry I did this because of marijuana." And he was talking about that something made him go bad, and he mentioned marijuana. And I knew right away, I said, that's not true. That's not true. He was never right. It wasn't marijuana that changed him. He was never right. And that's why I called the public defender and said, wait a minute, you need some information here. This boy did not go bad. He was never right. And again, I hate to say it right in front of him.
Sir, you need to wait for the next question. There's no question pending.
Thank you, Mr. Schuessler. I appreciate your time.
You're welcome.
Cross-examination?
Good afternoon, Mr. Schuessler. My name's Jeff Marcus. I think we met once before. All right. You okay?
I'm fine.
Good. So your entire knowledge of Mr. Cruz, the defendant, is as an observer, correct?
Correct.
You have never socially interacted with them, correct?
Aside from this just it is correct. Sociable things, hello, goodbye, hi, did you have a party, those types of things, but nothing in depth.
Basically, you waved at him from across the street most of the time.
We spoke, we knew each other. Me and Linda.
Okay, but never been in each other's homes,
No.
correct?
No, that is correct.
You weren't ever even indoors with them, correct?
No.
Okay. And you have never had a conversation with the defendant or Zach other than telling him to get the F off your porch?
That's correct.
Okay. And you didn't use the letter F, did you?
No, I did not.
So, you say you saw police cars out in front, correct?
Sheriff's, yes.
Sheriff's cars, right?
Yes.
And you have no idea what they were doing, do you?
No.
Did you want to know what they were doing there?
It was, the short answer is no. I was not afraid. The long answer is that these were indicative of the problems with Nikki.
Okay. So it's your belief that those patrol cars were there because of Nick Cruz, right?
Yes.
Okay. Would you agree with me that the best information about what was going on with those police cars would probably be in all these police reports?
Oh, absolutely.
Okay. You certainly don't know what was going on there, right? Okay, so let me educate you. Let me show you the first one. And we can go through all of them.
All right, maybe go sidebar.
Sure.
Okay, so I'm going to go out on a limb here and ask our legal expert, what is that? That is bizarre testimony. And even before he admits to calling the public defender because he is too eager to testify, the judge had to tell him, wait. Would you put somebody like that on? Who is he? I'm a juror, and I don't know what to make of this testimony.
Right, and you know, it's easy to play Monday morning quarterback as a lawyer when I'm not in the courtroom and I'm not trying the case. But looking at it as a third party or as a juror would be,
right.
I don't know what the heck that was. It's definitely an overeager witness. I feel like the witness wasn't properly pre-tried, meaning the lawyers didn't sit down with him and really go methodically through his testimony and have a plan as to what they were trying to get from his testimony. The beginning of his testimony, which started off extremely strange, and he seemed very eager, and I think we even talked as we were watching this part of the trial that we said, you know, he seems to be overly motivated.
Right.
And then he admits that he, in fact, made the phone call himself to the public defender. But the defense got out a little bit that seemed to be helpful when you heard about how the neighbor who had rented him the home was saying something derogatory towards the defendant.
Right.
But after that, all we hear about is police coming to the home, and it sounds like he's helping make the case for the government that this individual, this murderer, is a bad seed and should potentially be considered for the death penalty. So it seemed to be very murky, and it seemed to be counterproductive in many ways for the defense, and it was the defense witness.
Right. I'm a juror, and I'm sitting there, and I'm listening to this as a juror would listen, and he almost impeached himself. Is that fair to say? Because he was a little too eager. It almost like, I'm listening to him, it was almost like he had a mission. Is that safe to say?
Yeah, he definitely seemed like he had a reason that he wanted to be there and he wanted to testify. And you know, that kind of motivation absolutely can be used to show that this individual should be given low credibility or no credibility at all to the jury. And again, he may be hurting the defense. From what I heard as a third party listening to this witness, it may have been counterproductive to their aims here. What is their strategy? Why did they call him? And what was all that information and testimony that got out that appeared to be harmful to their case that they're trying to make? I understand what their point was. They were trying to say that he's been mistreated since he was young, and that's why he ended up the way he did. But I think the juror is going to get the sense that this witness may have been a prosecution witness, not a defense witness.
Like, who did he help? And not only that, but he gets up there on the stand and he says, I never saw him acting as a normal kid. Something wasn't right. Well, to get on a stand and raise your hand, does he have any training into what's right or wrong as a kid? He's not an expert witness. He was somebody who was simply living across the street. So as far as credibility goes, I never saw him acting as a normal kid. Well, he said he had an airsoft, he walked around with a gun, and he had an airsoft, I had a BB gun growing up. I mean,
right. Well, especially when he said, the smoking part, like, oh, smoking. I mean, I don't know anyone as I was growing up that didn't actually try smoking cigarettes. So, that kind of undermined his testimony. Yes, he's not a psychologist. He's not an expert. He doesn't appear to have been trained in education and dealing with children. All of the things that you would look for, the trappings of someone to have an opinion, such as the one that he's giving, appear to be missing. Right. And so if they're missing there, how is the jury not going to be recognizing that this witness's testimony credibility should be given very, very low weight, and if maybe more weight for the prosecution? And I expect that Jeff Marcus, the prosecutor here, is going to now bring to light some of these points that we're making.
Yeah. Interesting. All right. It looks like they are no longer in sidebar. It looks like actually Jeff is going back to the, Mr. Marcus is going back to the prosecution's desk. Do we have audio from the courtroom? No audio from the courtroom. Okay, so maybe the judge is taking under advisement what may have happened there. He also brought up, this neighbor brought up the fact that the police were called several times, but he didn't know why the police were there and county cars were there. I think what the prosecution was talking about is that help was given or help wasn't given, or that he sought help and that maybe help was ignored, and that the police had been there a number of times and that the police missed things, and that this gentleman is saying that the police were there, but now they're saying what Marcus is saying. Jeff Marcus is like, maybe police were there not for these instances.
Right, and you're pointing out something exactly right. Jeff Marcus hit it right on the nail when he asked the next question. And the police report's going to tell us exactly what the reason they were there for,
right,
as opposed to the smoky fog that was coming from the witness.
Exactly. All right. Sounds like we have audio from the courtroom again, so let's listen in.
And if you would just give us a second to figure it out. Mr. Murphy, is that every single call?
I think there's like there's
The composite exhibit is going to be marked 24F for identification and received as 482. If you can just count the number of pages so that we can have the record correctly reflect how big the composite is. And Ms. McNeil or Mr. Secor, if you want to come have a look, that's fine.
And if I could just take a look at those on the side.
So it looks like what they're going to do, Jeff Marcus is going to put into evidence the police reports, which are going to show that maybe the police calls there had nothing to do with Nikolas Cruz, which would impeach maybe, or this witness?
Well, clearly, Jeff Marcus would not be putting in these police reports unless somehow he was going to rebut or undermine the testimony of this witness. So we know that for sure. And I think this is kind of using the spear to this fog from this witness that we were talking about. Now Jeff Marcus is coming in and going, hey, don't insinuate, don't guess, don't estimate. Here's the police reports. Let's see exactly why the police were there. And so clearly Jeff's doing it for a reason. He's being strategic, and that's being a good cross-examiner as an attorney.
Just by referencing the reports, if you need them for dates or things like
I
that.
could publish later.
And I was going to say, go through them and publish them later.
So the only objection to that would be he's going to ask questions about the amount of time that the police went to the house. I would like the jury to know all of the times they went to the house. I want to make sure that they're given all of the reasons. Probably just ask for 5 reasons, please.
How much longer do you have from this witness? About?
If I'm using that, it's going to take a little bit.
Okay, we're going to take a 10-minute break. Please do not discuss the case, and You know the rules by
Okay,
now.
so they're going to take a 10-minute break. Let's chat about. Let's put your. Got it back on.
What do I do? Sit here? Okay.
Got it. All right, so they're going to take a 10-minute break. So let's talk about this testimony again. I guess, let me ask you a question. Would you have put this guy on the stand?
No, I would not have put him on the stand, or in pre-trying the witness before this trial, I would have made a determination that I'm only going to put in the beginning segment of his testimony about the person who rented him the home saying something derogatory about the defendant, and then I would cut it. I would cut it right there. I would have stopped it. It seems like the rest of his testimony either is not credible or is not based on any kind of educational degrees or experience that would warrant such opinions, or wasn't helpful at all to the defense, and may be helpful to the prosecution.
Okay, and his name is Stephen Schussler, and he lived across the street from Linda Cruz for 6 years, renting a part of the house in Parkland across the street. And what Ken Padowitz is talking about is when he was first introduced to Nikolas Cruz, who he called Nicky, the person he was renting the house from introduced him to Nikolas Cruz and said, point blank, that this is Nicky, he's the weird one, when he was introducing him to him. And that should have stopped right there, because
I think it may be, in some people, they would feel sympathetic towards the defendant. They would feel bad that he was mistreated like that, and possibly think about how that could have had a negative effect in his childhood, becoming who he is today and what he's done. But the rest of the testimony, I think, was counterproductive. It undermined that. It undermined the credibility of the witness. I started thinking, as a neutral observer, that the witness had an axe to grind, had a motivation to testify. And in fact, then we found out that he made a phone call on his own to the public defender to tell them about his information. I mean, I don't know what lies between the ears of this particular witness, but it sure seems like he was looking for maybe his 15 minutes of fame that people talk about. And I don't know if his testimony is going to be that helpful or helpful at all to the defense in this matter.
Right, and what Ken is talking about is that he called the public defender's office, said, I lived across the street from the boy growing up, and here's what I observed. And now he is testifying. They're taking a break, so we will take a break, and we will come back as soon as court resumes on local10.com. We'll see you in a few. Welcome back. The court is going to resume. We have audio coming from the court. This would be the cross-examination of a neighbor who lived across from Nikolas Cruz, his mother and his brother at the time. And this is Prosecutor Jeff Marcus on cross-exam.
All right, you all need to stop printing the printer. I'm going to bring the jury in. You can have an opportunity to do that later on.
Sir, have a seat, please.
Bring them in.
Jurors are entering.
Okay, the jurors are present. Ladies and gentlemen, by agreement of the parties, there are a number of police reports that are going to be entered into evidence and made available to you to view at a later time. Once both sides have an opportunity to go through them and make sure that everything is in order. But so as to not keep you waiting, we're going to do that at another time, and the state is going to finish their questioning of this witness, Mr. Schuessler. State whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Schuessler, in reference to the number of times that the police were there, you said you don't know who they were for, but you assumed it was for Nick.
That's correct.
Okay. So you would be surprised to learn that 27 of the times were just for Zach and because of him?
I would not be surprised. I really did not care.
Okay. And that 6 of the times were because of both the defendant and his brother? You're unaware of that too?
That's correct.
Well, right?
That's correct.
And 4 of the times were just for the defendant? You didn't know that either?
No, I did not.
And do you know who Henderson or what Henderson Behavioral Health is, or Camelot?
No, I did not.
Okay. So were you aware that both Zachary and Nick Cruz were getting counseling services at their home?
No, I was not.
Okay. So you're completely unaware as to all the therapists that came to the house to talk to both the defendant, his brother, and his mother?
I'm only aware of the results.
Okay.
And what I observed.
Well, but you're not aware of what therapy the family was getting, are you?
I could see that there was a failing result.
Okay. Good point. So in your view, the defendant may have been getting a lot of therapy, but it wasn't helping?
I saw no change in his behavior. It was consistently getting worse.
Okay. And you didn't know what kind of medication he was on, obviously, correct?
That's correct.
And you didn't know what kind of school programs that they were trying to give to the defendant?
That's correct.
Okay. And you hadn't seen him for 3 years before this, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Thank you very much, Mr. Chief.
You're welcome.
Is there anything else? Okay, thank you, sir. You're excused.
Thank you.
Defense, call your next witness.
Thank you.
The defense calls Caridad Lancho Harvey.
stand to be sworn.
Good afternoon, ma'am. Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Okay, thank you. You can go ahead and be seated. Ma'am, the microphone that is for you is the one it's stationary, it's directly in front of you.
This one. Oh, honey.
So if you would please scoot your chair up as much as you can and talk into the microphone. Please state your full name and spell your last name for the record.
Caridad Harvey, and my last name is Harvey.
Good afternoon, Ms. Harvey.
Good afternoon.
Did you ever go by another last name?
This is my married name now.
Okay.
And previously was Lancho.
Okay, and can you spell that as well, please?
Lancho.
And during the time that you were employed with Henderson Behavioral Health in 2009, is that the name that you went by?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Can you please tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what you do for a living, ma'am?
I'm sorry?
What's your job? What do you do for work?
I'm a mental health counselor.
And where are you currently employed?
Now I work for Centurion of Florida. It's a company that provides mental health services for the Florida Department of Corrections.
And how long have you been with that agency?
6 years.
And where did you work before that?
I work at the state hospital.
Okay. The forensic hospital?
No, at the Northeast Florida State Hospital.
And what did you do at the state hospital?
My position was rehabilitation therapist.
I'm sorry.
Rehabilitation therapist.
And how long did you work with the state hospital?
I work 2 years.
Okay. And before that?
I worked for Henderson.
Okay, Henderson Behavioral Health?
Henderson Behavioral Health, yes.
And tell us what Henderson Behavioral Health is, please.
It's an agency that provides behavioral services in the community.
Is it a private agency or is it public?
It's a non-profit and it's private, and it receives fundings from county, I believe, and other sources.
And can you tell us a little bit about your educational background, please, Ms. Harvey?
Yes, ma'am. I have a master's degree in mental health counseling, and my bachelor's degree is in psychology.
Do you hold any, I'm sorry, did I interrupt you?
No.
Okay. Do you hold any licenses through the state of Florida or the Department of Health?
Yes, ma'am. I'm licensed. I'm a licensed mental health counselor, and also I have a certification with the National Certified Counseling Board.
In order to become a licensed mental health counselor, that's also an LMHC, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you have to have a minimum of a master's degree?
Yes, ma'am. You need a master's degree, and you need postgraduate hours of 2,000 postgraduate hours under supervision.
Can you tell me about the postgraduate hours that are required?
Yes. You have to work those hours in a clinical setting, and you work under a supervised. You have to work under somebody who is licensed in your board.
In the area?
In the area, in the same board.
So in the interim, while you are being supervised and you are accumulating the 2,000 hours of supervision that is required, what would your status have been in terms of a title?
You need to register with the board, and the title is Register Mental Health Intern.
Okay. And that is a status that would remain with you until you complete the 2,000 hours of supervision?
Yes, you have to complete the 2,000 hours under supervision, and you also have to pass the board exam, which is the National Counseling Board exam.
Okay, so it's the educational requirement,
Yes.
the hours of supervision, and then the board exams.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And you've now completed all of those 3 requirements, is that correct?
Yes.
So I'd like to draw your attention to October of 2009
Yes, ma'am.
through December 3rd of 2009. Okay. Where were you employed during that period?
I was working at Henderson Behavioral Health as part of a program that was called Youth and Family, and I was a therapist.
Okay. Can you tell us a little bit about what that particular program was, the Youth and Family Program?
Yes, ma'am. The Youth and Family Program, it was a program that was designed to attend the needs of the family in their home and also in the community.
And your role was a therapist?
Therapist.
Okay. But at that point, were you an intern or were you a licensed therapist?
I was an intern.
Okay, so you were receiving hours towards your supervision?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So when you were providing those services, would your supervisor actually be with you in the homes with the families?
No. I was allowed to meet with the patient and discuss the case with my supervisor.
Okay. And as a licensed mental health counselor in the state of Florida, certified, and you passed your boards, are you allowed to Baker Act?
Yes.
Can you please tell us what a Baker Act is?
Well, a Baker Act is it's a civil commitment for a person who is at risk of harming himself or others, and it requires an inpatient evaluation for treatment.
Okay. And if you know, what type of individuals are permitted to Baker Act?
It's health professionals working under a license and also law enforcement.
Okay. All right, so may I have a moment, please?
Okay.
May I approach the witness, please?
You may.
Okay, Ms. Harvey, I'm going to show you some documents. Can you please take a look at them? I don't want you to read them into the record, but tell me if you recognize them, please.
Yes, these are my notes, progress notes.
And as you review those documents, those are your progress notes, and as you review those documents, do they accurately reflect your involvement with the Cruz family from October 6, 2009 through March 9, 2010?
The initial date is accurate, but the ending date is not, because I left the agency December 11 in 2009 because I took another position at at the state hospital, actually.
Okay. Okay.
Yes, thank you.
Your Honor, at this time, the defense would like to move into evidence what has previously been marked as Defense Exhibit 1B for identification purposes only. It's a composite, Your Honor. And I also have a certificate of record of records from the records custodian.
State, is there any objection?
No, Your Honor.
Defense Composite Exhibit 1V will be received as 34.
And just for the record, the base stamp pages of these records are Henderson 672 through 738.
736.
736. Thank you, Mr. Marcus. How do individuals get involved into the youth and family program at Henderson Behavioral Health?
They can obtain services by a referral.
Okay.
They need to qualify for certain programs that they may have for a discounted rate.
So does Henderson do a sliding scale in terms of fees?
Yes, they do.
Okay. Do you remember when you started providing, or the initial contact that you would have had with the Cruz family?
Yes, we got a referral, and then I made a phone call 11 or 3rd. I'm not sure because I think I left the 11.
Okay.
So it must be the 3rd.
And during the meetings that you did have with Nikolas, can you describe what his affect was like?
His affect?
Yes. And what that means. Sorry, what that means.
His affect is the expression that we can see when we see the patient. His mood was sad and his affect was congruent, so he appeared sad.
Did it appear to you during the sessions that you had with Nikolas that he was understanding the things that you were telling him?
He did.
Okay. Was he cooperative with therapy?
Most of the time he was. Sometimes it was difficult because the session is kind of long, it's 45 minutes. And sometimes during the session we need a redirection, but
overall cooperative?
Yes, overall, yes.
Okay. And did you get the impression, based on the review of your notes, that Nikolas had poor impulse control?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And in some of your notes, you always do that mental health status check, right? Like you did for your first meeting? Okay. And did he continue to have those fears, frequent fears? I think you had indicated that they were very excessive.
Yes, at the beginning, his fears were excessive in affecting his daily life. And I believe, I'm sure that the mother established a routine so it will help him relax at night.
So I'd like to show you the progress note from November 3rd of 2009. At the end of this note, you said that you were trying to help him stop his catastrophic thoughts. Tell me what that means. I mean, that word really caught my attention. So what type of thoughts are you talking about in using such a strong word to describe those thoughts?
Yes, we use that word to describe thoughts of extreme fear that make the person think that there's going to be a bad outcome on something that he's thinking of, something that is going to be ending in tragedy or death.
And how was his progress throughout the 7 times that you saw him? And you can look at your notes, or I can show you your notes if that refreshes your memory.
The progress?
Yes.
Yes, ma'am. When we do therapy with a child, we use different ways to help them understand the impact of thoughts in our behaviors. What we did is trying to explain that there's some thoughts that are not healthy to keep, and we need to move on and switch it for another thought that is more helpful or healthy, something that we do to help them understand how they can manage their thoughts. He had happy thoughts. Some thoughts that he shared with me was that he loved animals. He wanted to be at the zoo, things like that. They bring him joy. Those kind of thoughts we try to work with him when he experienced fear.
Did you have some success with that?
I believe yes, because there were not too many sessions. However, there was some progress, and I believe it's in one of the notes where the mother reported that there was less conflict at home.
Yes. I'll show you that note.
Okay.
November 12th, 2009. So we're having some of the interventions and strategies that you have suggested and are trying to implement are actually working, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And Mom says there's fewer conflict. He still has some issues with being impatient and impulsive. And it says here that he needs increased activity and physical exercise with his daily routines. But overall, he's making some progress.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And how do we maintain good progress with children?
Well, with positive reinforcement, and there was a system at home. There was a system that the mother implemented for positive reinforcement.
And is that something that you taught her how to do, a strategy that you helped her implement?
She already knew about it. Yes. She showed me the system she had about some kind of tokens, and they could exchange it for things they wanted.
A token? Did you say token?
Tokens, yeah.
Okay. And when you left and you had completed your 7 sessions, was it your opinion that services needed to continue?
Oh, yes, ma'am.
Okay. Are you aware that services did not continue and that Ms. Cruz actually stopped services?
No.
So when we have a child that's making progress, in your experience as a therapist, and because of your in-home therapy with not only the child and the family, and you stop those services, is it surprising to you that it actually stops the progress, the positive behavior that the child is having?
Yes, ma'am.
May I have a moment, please?
Okay.
Your Honor, before she begins answering, we have just a quick sidebar.
Sure.
Alrighty then, almost an hour of nonstop testimony from a mental health counselor, one of her first cases. Yikes, Nikolas Cruz, Caridad Harvey from the Henderson Behavioral Health. What do you make of what she just said? And how in the world is the jury following this?
Well, this is the problem. I mean, when you're an attorney, you don't get to choose your witnesses. In other words, you get what you get and you don't get upset. Whoever is a witness on a specific case, that's who it is. And here, this psychologist apparently has contact with Nikolas Cruz as per her testimony and is a witness. But as the lawyer, you need to pre-trial the witness. You need to decide, are you going to call the witness? What order are you going to call them? And what, if any, what is your strategy? What are you trying to get from that witness that's going to have an effect on the jury? And here we're going on almost an hour of testimony, and it's all over the place. It's just one big mishmash of stuff. Some of it, I think I could point out, may be helpful to the defense, and they're going to argue that she's brand new, and they're going to undercut literally their own witness, and that Nikolas Cruz didn't get the help that he was willing to get and willing to improve himself on. So, but this could have been done, I suggest, maybe in half the time or less. So you're keeping this jury, which is a prisoner to hearing the evidence and the testimony, and you're exposing them to 1 hour of this testimony, and maybe the important parts get lost in all of that, back and forth.
And that's what you and I were looking at each other like, you're losing me here.
Right.
I mean, not that this is a show, because this is extremely important.
Absolutely.
But you got to keep, this has got to be rough on the jurors who need to listen to up to 80 witnesses for the defense.
Absolutely. And this is where it's important to get
Ms. Harvey,
it
when you had
where
your
you need
last
to be
meeting session
as soon as you
with the
can.
families, do you have any other additional contact with them?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Were you aware that there were other, you call them episodes during periods of service through Henderson Behavioral Health, right?
Correct.
Okay. Were you aware that they had 2 additional times where they received services from Henderson Behavioral Health?
After I left?
Yes.
No, because I didn't have any more contact with the family or with the agency.
Okay. Were you aware that he also received therapeutic services from Camelot Community Care?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Do you know that he had 2 different psychiatrists and a clinical psychologist that provided services after your services?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Do you know anything about those services or the consistency of those services or anything like that?
No, ma'am.
I don't have any further questions. Mr. Marcus, would you like me to leave the documents up here?
Please.
Thank you, ma'am.
Okay, state whenever you're ready.
Good afternoon, Ms. Harvey. How are you?
Good, thank you.
I'm just going to go over a few of the pages and ask you for some comments or some questions about them, okay?
Yes, sir.
Can you, what time of the day would you go over to see them?
Mostly afternoons.
Okay, after school?
After school, yes, sir.
Okay, and were you aware of what services Nikolas was getting at the school?
He was in ESC classes, in speech therapy, and I think he had a guidance counselor. That's
Mr. Noonham, do you remember that name? Mr. Noonham? I know it's a number of years, you probably don't remember the name. No? Okay. What about, and I'm using first names because of the brothers, so Zachary, do you recall what services he was receiving?
He was also a patient, and he was receiving behavioral services at that time.
He was having behavioral issues as well, correct?
Correct.
All right. And so you go to the house. Is it you go by yourself?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And do you take a county car or a personal car there? Do you know?
It was my personal car.
Okay. And when you get there, where do you go into the house?
Well, we had an area designated for meeting, which was a small dining room.
A dining room. Do you remember the house in Parkland?
Yes, I do.
And was it a nice house?
It was a very nice house.
Okay. Everything in order there? Seemed like it was in order, or?
It was very neat.
Very neat. Okay. Mrs. Cruz kept a nice home for her sons?
Very clean. Very
Okay.
nice.
And you consider that a safe neighborhood for children to be raised?
Very nice neighborhood.
Okay, so a lot of advantages from probably other homes that you've seen in your career, in other environments that children have to live in?
Correct.
Okay. On page 676, the defense went over some of these things from Coral Springs Elementary and his struggles in literacy, better in math. Did it also report that his last report card was B's and C's?
Yes, correct.
Okay. And at this point, no history of truancy, suspensions, and expulsions?
Denied.
Denied. Okay. You talked about Mrs. Cruz being a nurturing mother. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And what made you think that?
Well, I saw her, how she interacted with her children. She, the words she used with them. She made them ready for the sessions, giving them snacks. They were clean. She was involved in their care.
She would attend to their needs, as you indicate here, nurturing and attending to their needs?
Correct.
Okay. Did you have an understanding at this point how difficult the two children were for her?
Yes, I did.
Can you describe that?
There was conflict between the siblings. Sometimes the verbal aggression escalated to physical aggression. And it was difficult for the mother to enforce rules at the house.
What about the children with her?
They both love her or showed their love to her. However, they competed for her attention.
Okay.
In a negative way, they competed in a negative way, trying to get her attention.
Okay. Did you, at this stage of their age now, Zachary was, do you recall his birth being February 21st, 2000? Do you have
His
that?
birth?
Is that right?
I don't have documents for Zachary at this moment.
Okay. All right. And the defendant's birth date being September 24th, 1998?
Correct.
Correct? Okay. So they were a year and about 5 months apart, correct?
Yes.
Yes?
Yes.
Okay. You described the defendant as being thin-billed but average height for his age. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. And that he had a low frustration tolerance. Did you know of his aggressions at home?
Yes, I was informed about that by the mother.
In terms of what kind of aggressions were you aware of?
It was physical aggressions toward his brother, but it was mutual. It wasn't Zachary or Nikolas being aggressive towards Zachary, but it was both.
So the defendant could be aggressive towards his brother, correct?
Correct.
And Mrs. Cruz was protective of Nikolas Cruz, wasn't she?
She was protective of both.
Okay. She loves both, right?
Correct.
But she said that Nikolas was bullied at school, didn't she?
She did, yes.
And, but yet you found out that he was also very aggressive towards other people at school, correct?
The incident that I recall it was mentioned, I don't remember if it was aggression. I remember something happened with the teacher, but this is a long time ago.
The picture that Mrs. Cruz was giving to you was poor Nikolas. He's a victim of bullying at school, correct?
In certain way, yes.
I'm sorry?
In certain way, he was bullied at school, and it was reported at school. It was reported that he was bullied at school.
Well, where?
It has to be in a school record, probably.
Okay, so we would have to look at the school records if we were to find that, correct?
Correct.
Okay. You certainly can't know at your time what happens later on in middle school, for example, correct, or high school?
Correct.
Because that hadn't occurred yet, correct?
Correct.
But you never talked to Mr. Newnham, the counselor, about him hitting students, hitting teachers, being destructive, destroying school property. You didn't know about those things?
No, because
And-
he was in 4th grade when I
understand.
was his therapist.
Okay. But Mrs. Cruz wasn't telling you about those things either?
No.
Okay. Nevertheless, in your time with the defendant, you found that he was making progress and increased interaction with his brother, correct?
Increase the positive interactions?
Positive
Yes.
interactions.
Yes, correct.
Okay. And so to a certain extent, there was some progress, correct?
Some.
And that's a good thing. And there was fewer conflicts. If we look at November 12th of 09, it's at page 694, which I'll show you. Can you see that all right?
Yes.
And is this where you describe that there is progress, fewer conflicts?
Correct. Mother reported to therapist that patient and brother had fewer conflicts over the past week.
And I'm sure Mrs. Cruz was happy with the progress, correct?
Correct.
And on December 3rd, can you tell us about, was there progress there still?
Patient reported to therapist being able to manage his fears at night and getting a better sleep at night.
In reference to his brother, has he improved with his brother?
Patient, mother, and brother have improved daily interaction. Patient has been able to deal with frustration and decrease verbal aggression with brother. Patient continues struggling toward his goal of mood improvement.
Okay, thank you. And on page 732, mother indicated, Mrs. Cruz indicated that she, let me get it out there for you to refresh your recollection. And this may be after you had left.
Correct. This is the therapist that took over the case.
So on, actually, I'm not sure you're looking at where I was. On January 12th, 2010, TH called to confirm appointment. Who is TH?
Therapist?
Okay. And that's not you now, you're gone already. Correct?
No, that's another therapist.
Okay. Mother stated patient has had great improvements and no longer interested in therapy, and the case was closed thereafter, correct?
Correct.
Can you tell us what cognitive behavioral therapy is, please?
It's one of the modalities we use to treat patients to make changes and reach goals. We explain to the patients how cognitions affect their feelings and how feelings affect their behaviors and how they are all interconnected.
Is that an accepted mode of therapy?
Yes, it is. It is evidence-based.
And it's still used today?
It is still used.
Did you observe any bullying of the defendant in your presence by his brother?
There was an incident when they both got into a fight. They were redirected by the mother and me, and we were able to resume our session.
Is that the incident of aggression you were referring to earlier in your testimony?
Correct.
And that was Zachary's aggression?
Zachary toward Nikolas.
Okay. You didn't observe any aggression by the defendant in your presence, did you?
No.
Okay. He was able to control his behavior just fine in your presence?
No, he engaged on that
Okay.
incident. They both.
Zachary started it, and then Nick engaged?
Yes.
Okay. And that was the only incident?
That was the only incident, yes.
Okay. All right. Do you recall, I know you don't have your Zachary information with you, do you recall that in an evaluation of Zachary he had indicated some suicidal ideation?
I recall that I discussed it with my supervisor and we requested a psych eval.
And again, this isn't about Zachary, but Zachary had his own problems, correct?
Correct.
All right. Was the defendant cooperative through therapy with you?
I can say he was.
Okay. And he liked the attention of therapy?
He did.
Okay. Thank you very much, Ms. Harvey. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Okay, is there anything else?
So I'll get this together for you. Just leave this for you.
Ms. Harvey, most of the children that you meet with one-on-one, do they enjoy that attention?
He did. They both did.
Would most of the children that you've seen over the course of your career enjoy the attention that they get when it's just one-on-one?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Now, Mr. Marcus asked you if you drove your personal vehicle to the home when you conducted your sessions.
Correct.
Okay. Does Henderson have any vehicles?
Not for us to use at that time, at least. We were reimbursed mileage.
What is the Youth Crisis Mobile Van? Is that something affiliated with Henderson? Yes?
I wasn't involved with that, but I believe there's a mobile van that responds to crisis calls and brings the team, therapist, and
in fact, would that have been one of the resources that you would have, and I'm looking at page 736, provided the Cruz family, as if there's a moment of crisis at the home that Ms. Cruz could contact, yes, for crisis intervention?
Yes, ma'am.
And you would have done that at your first session, which would have been October 6th, 2009?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And what happens when you call the crisis intervention line? Do you know?
Well, I do. They will try to solve the conflict and resolve the crisis and make a plan.
Okay. So could the crisis be resolved sometimes just from a phone call?
I'm not sure if they do the phone call or they go to the home.
Okay. So there is the Youth Emergency Service has a mobile crisis van that could respond to your home. Could respond to the caller's home. I apologize.
They do have a mobile response, yes.
Okay. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. You're excused. Thank you very much for your patience.
Thank you.
Defense, go ahead and call your next witness when you're ready.
Judge, the defense has no other witnesses to call.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, looks like we're going to end a little bit early today. Please remember the admonition. I'm sure you all could recite it yourselves by this point, which is okay, because that would mean that you know it very well. Do not discuss the case, even with your friends and family members.
So, no other witnesses today. Let's bring down the judge's audio. They are done for today. 3 witnesses today. A clinical psychologist starting off the day, a neighbor across the street, and then a mental health counselor, Caridad Harvey, went on for about an hour. What do you make of her testimony that we just heard?
Well, it was definitely lengthy. We're talking about a very long witness from direct examination, which was very lengthy, to a shorter cross, but and then a redirect, but very lengthy. And
the purpose?
Well, that's the problem here. I don't think the jurors should be sitting there wondering, what am I supposed to be learning from this? And if the jurors questioning it at some point and not understanding exactly what they're hearing and what the purpose is, then the defense may be losing the effect that they intended. I'm not sure for quite some time through her testimony what the point was, and then at some point, probably way more than halfway through, it started becoming a little clearer that maybe the point the defense is trying to make here is that this is a brand new therapist. She's under supervision. She has to go back to supervisors once she's away from the home and once she's away from the defendant to run things by them. And so maybe in effect calling a witness kind of like a bowling ball to knock her down later on in a closing argument that she was new, she wasn't a very experienced therapist. There were so many other services that could have been provided and were not later on because she discontinued working for the organization, and then the Cruz family didn't get another therapist. Right. But it took too long to get there, and if it took me that long a time for after doing this for 37 years or so to figure out what the point was, I'm concerned about the jurors and whether or not they're literally have their eyes open but they're falling asleep.
Right. The order in which the defense calls their witnesses, is there a strategic plan there, or is just who's available at the time?
Well, absolutely, that's a very good point. Strategy is everything, and strategizing which witnesses to call and what to ask them when they get on the stand. Having a goal for each witness, or a number of goals, is imperative. And so this is one of the first few witnesses of allegedly 80 witnesses that are going to be called.
Number 9.
Number 9. So I would be putting on my most important witnesses. That primacy recency effect, which is the psychological effect of the first things the jury's hearing, the first number of witnesses, is got to be your most important witnesses, crucial witnesses. And here, I'm kind of left with a slight thud. It was kind of like, you made some points, and I could see the reason why they would want to call a therapist who then wasn't able to continue with their therapy. But I think that it was somewhat muddled on how it was presented here, and I'm a little bit concerned again for the defense and their strategy, and what was the goals that they wanted to get out, and how quickly did they get to them.
Right. You and I looked at each other a few times, and we were like, we talked about the Wendy's code, like, where's the beef? What's going on here? And if we don't understand, because 37 years and I've covered trials, we're like, where are they going with this? A concern. And the jurors, too, to listen to this. And Janine has been sitting here, and David Weinstein has been sitting here, you and I, for the first time doing that. And when we say audience, this is a very, very serious situation. The jurors are listening to this. We're talking about losing the audience. The jurors, it is not easy to sit here and to listen to this and hour after hour after hour and to stay focused. Is that fair to say?
No, absolutely. It's very, very difficult, which is one of the main reasons why a good trial lawyer has that in the forefront in their mind. How am I going to present witnesses and evidence and make the points I want to make with this jury? It's all about persuasiveness. It's all about advocacy, which is persuading the jury to see things through the evidence and through the witness testimony, which is testimonial evidence, the way you want them to see it, trying to have an effect on them. And if it comes across not sharp, if it's muddled, if your witness number 9, which is supposed to be a super important witness, isn't a powerful witness, there's going to be some problems with that for the defense, because clearly they have one goal here, which is try to get this jury, or one member on this jury, to recommend a life sentence as opposed to death. This is a very, very serious case. It requires a strategy for each individual witness and the order that you're calling them. Sure, you have to have witnesses when they're available, but you got to do everything you can to put on your most important witnesses up front. And I'm concerned about listening to this testimony here today that we might not have had the defense make the impact that they were hoping to make.
Ken Padowitz, thank you very much for joining us today. Of course, we will have a wrap on local10.com. And of course, Christina Vasquez is covering this trial gavel to gavel on Local 10 News. She will be on at 5 and 6 o'clock. We thank you so much for joining us today. And Janine will be back tomorrow, hopefully. We'll see you on local10.com and on Local 10 News. Thank you. Have a good day, everyone.
em quem danificou lá. Gaston. Manny.
And as you see the family there, the grieving family, just unimaginable what they must be feeling right now. The mother of Etchie there with the Marlins jersey with the number 9 on the back, his fiancée, who he's known since the 7th grade, saying he was her Prince Charming and she was his princess. And going now back, all of them, to Nicaragua for the burial.
And we're going to take a quick break, and we'll be back with more news in just a few minutes.
Like us, LOL. You're going to love us. Follow Local 10 News on Facebook. You'll get the hottest videos going viral, the top stories making headlines, up-to-the-minute weather updates, and breaking news as it's happening. So go to Facebook, click like on Local 10 News, and show your love.